Good morning and welcome to the LTA National Tennis Centre here in Roehampton in southwest London, and to the Progress Tour Women's Championships. This is showcasing Britain's top tennis talent, giving them the opportunity to compete here on home soil for a very welcome bit of prize money. The prize pot this week, by the way, standing at £30,000. We're on the finishing straight of the round-robin group stages right now. This is day 3 of competition. The semi-finalists have been decided, but today's matches will determine the lineup in the semi-finals as to who finishes first and second in each of those groups. So here is the order of play then for today, starting in the Elena Baltacha group with Freya Christie and Alicia Barnett. Both had really hard-fought wins over Maya Lumsden in this group yesterday and the day before. And these two also met at St George's Hill a couple of weeks ago. Christie coming out on top on that occasion. Barnett perhaps out for a little bit of revenge. And then what could be the matchup of the week when British Fed Cup team member Katie Boulter takes on Jodie Burrage, who's on an extraordinary run of form. Boulter, though, will just be playing only her third match since March, but they've both looked in really impressive form here this week. And then we move on to the doubles. Again, it's the same as with the singles. The semi-finalists have been decided. It's just determining the first and second place. In the Virginia Wade group, we've got Alicia Barnett back out on court again with Olivia Nicholls up against Emily Arbuthnot and Anna Popescu. And then from the Joe Dury group, it's Jodie Burrage and Freya Christie up against Adeshina and Cartel. There are also plenty of matches going on in the other courts from Division 1 and the doubles and singles as well. We'll keep you in touch with those as much as we can throughout the course of the day. But the players are pretty much ready here to walk out onto court. I need to get up into the commentary box. Where waiting for me right now is a former Fed Cup player, Naomi Cavaday.
Thank you very much, Rob. I'm sure he will be up in the nick of time. You might even be able to see him darting behind the players as they just take to the court, about to get the coin toss underway. It's pretty chilly here once again. It hasn't been glorious sunshine, not the sort of July weather we would have been hoping for, but it's dry and we're off to a start on time. So that is the main thing, and these are the sorts of conditions that these players will be used to, playing in them yesterday. A little bit swirly in the breeze as well. I don't think that will affect either of these players too much. It is Alicia Barnett with the slightly higher ranking. But just got to take into consideration that Freya Christie has been ranked much higher than she currently is. And I think this one could be a really great match. We've got some really different game styles out on court. Of course, we know about the power from Christie, the strike. She is dangerous from everywhere. But the hustling ability from Barnett, the intensity that she brings, well, it is pretty relentless and it is tough to get through. Christie will be looking to overwhelm Barnett with her pace, take control, which Barnett's not really going to like, because she was talking after her last match about how she really enjoyed the fact that she put her game onto the court and she was dictating. Well, I think she's going to have to suck it up a little bit in this match and just accept the fact that she won't be dictating all the time, because Christie's strike is just that little bit juicier. And Rob,
Yes.
you're not out of breath, are you?
It's slightly further than I thought today.
I was hoping we would catch a glimpse of you in one of the shots.
What, trying to remember how to run?
Yeah, well, we're actually not that far away from the court. We're right next to it.
Yeah, no, you keep that to yourself, would you? There are a few steps you have to climb up. That's always the difficult bit. And then I got stopped and involved in a bit of chat. Sorry. So, what have you been telling people then?
Well, I should say a little bit about what we can expect from this match. Of course, Barnett just being slightly higher ranked player, but Christie, I think, with the bigger game style, she has a higher career, high ranking as well. I'll let you get into the numbers and the details for both of these players, but in terms of the game styles, I think it's going to be really up to Christie. But you know what, to be honest, it doesn't really matter who Christie's playing. It's mainly up to her, because she has such a big game. If she starts really finding her range with those big strikes, then she can take charge of any match. And Barnett's just going to have to find a way to neutralise that. You can see there she likes to play up on the baseline. She's inside the baseline here, practicing, getting down nice and low. She's very good at absorbing pace. So I do think that Barnett is capable of neutralising the Christie game. I don't think she'll get overwhelmed, but it's really tough when you're a player on the receiving end of that pace, if the player with the pace is playing well and getting a lot of balls in.
Absolutely. She's 26 years old, by the way, Alicia Barnett. And this is my first proper sighting of Alicia Barnett. I'm rather looking forward to seeing her play. It's Emily McGuinness in the chair today, overseeing this one. And you can see from the tree behind, it's another breezy old day here. We even had a little bit of rain delaying the start of play yesterday. We are promised it will not be returning.
I didn't promise it. I wouldn't take that sort of stance. As you can see, it's a little bit gloomy, but as I say, for the most part, it's pretty dry. And we're off to a start on time, so that's one step better than yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the problem was it's always the lines, isn't it? The white lines that are the real danger. When there's been a light shower, you can slip badly on those. So that's always the cause for concern when there has been a bit of dampness around.
My idea of having no lines is not caught on yet, and that's very upsetting.
Is that
because
the way
you can do it. You can have a tennis court with no lines. It's the lines that get slippery. You can do it. You just have to have each segment. Look, we're looking at the court there. Yeah. Each segment of the court in a different colour.
Oh, I'm with you. A bit like the paddle courts.
Exactly. I think some of the paddle courts do have lines actually, but you don't need them. That's all I'm saying.
What?
The less lines, the more play we'll get. But
fewer.
We should be fine. Sorry.
Very surprised at you now.
I know.
Yeah, well, I don't think it's going to catch on. Imagine if we'd never had lines on tennis courts. Imagine the lack of fun we'd have had watching John McEnroe back in the day. I know it's a bit before your time.
Well, I was watching it the other day actually, with the rewinds at Wimbledon.
Weren't they great?
No, I'm pretty gutted I wasn't around for that sort of rivalry. I'm very lucky the era that I've had to enjoy as a tennis fan. Hopefully I'll have many more, but absolutely that was a cracking one. I think I'm going to try and watch some more.
Me too. Yeah. You'll only ever have known carbon fibre rackets, won't you?
Yeah.
Some of us have come through the days of wood, metal, carbon fibre, and back to wood again.
It all sounds awfully heavy.
Yeah, wood is pretty solid. It has to be said, there's not much give in a wooden racket, but the touch that you used to get, not me personally,
yes,
but watching some of the touch play, because it wasn't so much about power in those days, because the technology just wasn't there.
Yeah.
So it was all about finesse. It was just lovely to watch.
I know that a lot of people hark back to those days, and it was fantastic to watch it, and I absolutely do love the variation in the sport, but I have to say, it is my generation, and I'm all about baseline battles. I love just the best possible baseline tennis. I remember at Wimbledon a couple of years ago when Johanna Konta played against Simona Halep in the quarterfinals of Wimbledon. For me, that was the best baseline tennis I've ever seen, and it was absolutely sensational.
But that match she played against Jelena Dokic.
Vekic is what you mean.
Yeah, Vekic.
Exactly. That was the same year. Donna Vekic, that was the same year. That was in the second round, and that was probably the second best.
That was a cracking match.
No, I absolutely love it. Look, it's a little bit different, of course, as we've seen by watching the old videos, and look at an event like this with these sorts of players. There isn't a huge amount of craft coming onto court, but it is coming back because as tennis evolves, there always has to be an answer. So we had a real power game. So when Serena really started dominating, it started off with the likes of Sellers and Davenport in the women's game, but then Serena really powered through, took it to a new level, and Venus, the pair of them, and the rest of the field had to say, okay, right, this is new, we've got to try and deal with it. And the way to deal with it, the first thing that's happened is that the movement has improved so much from the other players. You think of the likes of Halep, Svitolina, so that they can absorb the pace and redirect it. But then, in response, Serena particularly improved her movement quite dramatically.
Phenomenal.
And so now her movement is, I mean, she was playing shots and the splits and everything. And when she first started her career, that was the one weakness. And then the rest of the field thought, oh, okay, right, we better figure out something else. And now starting to approach the net a bit more drop shots, more angles, all of that is coming in. The likes of Ash Barty now play a much more creative game. She's #1 in the world. And 10 years ago, you couldn't imagine a player with Ash Barty's game style being #1 in the world.
Absolutely.
So it's always evolving, but I'm sure we will get some more court craft over the next decade. It'll be coming back.
I'm so pleased to hear you say that, because I am very old and I do remember that crafty time. But also, I was so heartened watching the tennis here last week in the British Tour, when I really saw, particularly in the men's game, players really mixing it up, and it's a great way to watch tennis. Here we go. You see Barnett getting us underway. She knows she's through to the semi-finals. She wins the group. She'll play the second-placed player in the Anne Kierkegaard group.
So you can see there already, that's exactly what we're going to see a lot of. Big striking from Christie right down the middle of the court, giving herself big targets at the beginning of the match. But Barnett sinking down low, absorbing the pace nicely and redirecting it and getting it back deep.
In these cool, breezy conditions, how does that affect the flight of the ball?
Just slows everything down. It makes everything feel like more of an effort. It just doesn't have the zip that you would like off the court. It doesn't jump around.
Just long. It was a good effort. She really should have put that shot away at the net, shouldn't she, Barnett?
Yes, but it's the second point, so we'll give her a little bit of slack here. But I think coming forward again, a really good tactic against Christie.
Just going wide on that. No ball kids here, obviously, and no line judges either, just to keep as few people on court in light of the COVID-19 restrictions. So the players in this competition actually calling their own lines, which they will have done throughout juniors. Last week here for the British Tour, it's the umpires calling the lines, and the umpires can overrule if they think a player has missed one quite badly. Serve just long.
I think Barnett's going to feel a little vulnerable on that second serve. It's got to be good. Christie's there looming. She's a very tall frame. It's quite intimidating. She's inside the baseline. They're leaning forward. And you know that if it's anywhere near that strike zone, it's going to get crushed.
Oh, what a lovely shot. That's a near impossible angle from Freya Christie. Beautiful stroke.
She's got such good long levers on the return, and she really does use them well. If you can lean into the shot, that gives you even more angle.
Oh, well played.
Christie. First game.
Monsieur Barnett got a little bit of acceleration going on one of those deeper shots from the baseline here. Oh, could she have done anything better?
Well, that final shot that she dragged on the inside in, it was just a little obvious. You could see Christie ran to that corner quite early, and she just needed to spend a little bit more time just holding before she hit the strikes that Christie was unsure, and then she might have been able to hit a really good approach shot, because it was wide. It was a good quality shot. It's just that it was fairly obvious that was where it was going. She was in a position where going inside out was pretty much impossible.
Monsieur Barnett has been instrumental in the organisation of this event, hasn't she, along with Olivia Nicholls, her doubles partner. Barry Fulcher, of course, the tournament director, who's done a fantastic job putting this all together at really pretty short notice as well.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic effort, and great that players like Alicia and Olivia have been so involved, and they're clearly so passionate about the game, the structure of the game, bigger than their own tennis. They really care about British tennis, international tennis. We've talked through the week about Barnett wanting to, she put her name forward for the player panel in the ITF. Didn't quite get the vote. She only narrowly missed out on that spot.
It's got a bit behind it, that serve, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's a huge shot from Christie. But for Barnett, I think somebody who has that passion, and as I say, is able to take the blinkers off when you're an athlete and look around. And I really hope that we keep her in the game. I mean, of course, she's got some years playing yet.
Possibly just long? No. I wonder if she could have called it, but she did incredibly well, Alicia Barnett, to get herself back into that rally.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for Christie to bust her way through here, but a couple in a row on the baseline is pretty much a tough ask to try and keep that going.
It's a pretty physical encounter already, this one. Pretty love Christie with the break. Coming off the frame. Just asking her opponent to send up another ball. I think they only play with 4 balls on court at a time in this event. Oh, that's a shame.
40-15.
That's a good play there. They're really recognising that the shot was just floating a little bit higher. Just needed to get down a little lower with the legs. There's Jeremy Bates watching on, Katie Bolter's coach, but I'm sure keenly interested in both of these players.
Oh, wow.
Christie.
How do you get that kind of acceleration from the baseline? It's so impressive.
Yeah, practice. You've got to keep going for it, really. In practice, it's something that Christie does so well. And as I say, you know, technically, what I really like about the way that she strikes is that, yes, there's a lot of racket head speed and a lot of force behind the ball, but a lot of it is quite technical as well. As I say, really using her height, leaning in with the shoulders, that generates all that extra pace as well. Takes the ball a little earlier. It's tough to cope with.
It's a little bit of a gift to her opponent, which she doesn't really need at this stage. Barnett struggling a little.
Yeah, I've mentioned that in this matchup between her and Christie, that serve is going to look a little bit vulnerable. But in general, in the Barnet game, in terms of her progressing and moving forward, it is an area that needs to improve.
So well
Love
judged.
30.
Yeah, and on that point, do players, do you think, work enough on their serves, particularly their second serve, because it is such a crucial part of a game?
No, they don't, and particularly British players, and not in any sort of negative way. They're lazier than other nations, but we're at a bit of a disadvantage with developing that shoulder strength from a young age in comparison to other nations, just in terms of the sports that are played. There's a lot of overarm throwing in other sports. If you're
15-30.
growing up in the States, for example, you of course have American football. You go to the park, you throw the ball around like that. There are, you've got handball across Europe as well, which is kind of played quite a lot at schools. But for girls and boys in Britain, really the only sort of overarm throwing you might possibly do would probably be in cricket. And again, that's quite occasional. It's not necessary. I mean, I'm not talking about bowling, I'm talking about from the outfield.
Rounders?
Well, potentially rounders. But you get what I'm saying. You don't really do it in necessarily a competitive environment, and it does mean that we're at a disadvantage at a young age.
Oh, again, just
15-40.
unleashing that weapon, that forehand. It's just like a club, isn't it? But so beautifully placed.
Again, you can see how she finishes, shoulders completely going through the big lean, maximising everything she's got in that shot.
A little bit of a get out of jail for Alicia Barnett. Couldn't quite get the slice on that backhand at the net, which would have perhaps made that the winner. And still had to play a final shot, but she did it well.
Net first serve.
She wants that ball back.
Christie leads 3 games to love, first set.
Oh, really. Alicia Barnett is really being made to work hard. She's running all over the place and still hasn't quite managed to get a game on the board here. Being broken twice now in these early stages. At the risk of sounding like a stuck record, just to finish off this thing about serving. You say that there isn't the natural sort of innate shoulder strength there. Surely all the more reason for doing even more practice on it to make sure that it is a far more reliable part of your game.
Absolutely.
So why isn't that happening?
Well, that I don't know, but I think, I mean, it's the one part of the game that you can just do so many reps on completely by yourself. You don't need a ball machine, you don't need a partner, you just you, bucket of balls, as long as you've got a court. And if you don't have a court, going and throwing a ball around out in a field as far as you can, you know, whether it's one of those vortex balls that you try and get going, anything like that just really helps the throwing motion in the shoulder. But I agree with you, absolutely it needs a lot of work, but sometimes you're just not able to make up what happens at a very early age, because tennis is played from such a young age and a lot of the development happens there. So for example, if you take a teenage British player and you stick them on clay for 2 years, are they going to make up that ground on Simona Halep, who's been on it her entire life? You're never going to move as well as her. You're going to move a lot better on the clay. You're going to be better than some other people, but you're never going to be able to quite catch up the early stages when you're 7 years old and you're just charging around and you're figuring things out. That's where, you know, we do suffer a little bit with the serves.
Barnett at least able to get that return deep to force her opponent slightly off balance, but Christie really unperturbed by that. Working with Mark Taylor in Nottingham now?
Yes, she worked with Mark for a long time, a lot of her junior career, and then she moved down to London to be part of the JTC setup, and has now just changed that, gone back to Nottingham, back to Mark, somebody she's known pretty much all of her tennis career.
15-all.
Well played.
15-30.
Saw Christie moving over. That backhand beautifully into the open court. Even though she's up against it, she's playing with a good degree of composure. Very easy to get the timing of that wrong, particularly with the breeze that's wafting around at the moment. Yet again, a beautifully constructed point from Alicia Barnett.
That's exactly what she needs to do, corner to corner, just getting Christie out on the stretch. Christie's so comfortable if she takes 2 steps and strike. That's what she wants to do all the time. And fortunately, she's quite tall, so 2 steps does cover an awful lot of the court. But if you can force her to take that 3rd step, 4th step, then she does start losing her balance. And if you can do that 3 or 4 times in a row, then she's going to be in trouble. Exactly what we saw there.
Real chance for Barnett to break here, get on the scoreboard. 15-40. Would you like to see her attack the second serve more, Barnett?
She's struggling to read it there. You see that last one, she just got herself caught out. She moved around to take the backhand, but she pushed herself into the tram line. So there's a massive space available cross court, which Christie found.
Game Barnet. Christie leads 3 games to 1. First set.
It's a good quality game there from Barnett from the back of the court. Relentless hitting, good depth, good width, finding her targets nicely. But yeah, just on that return, absolutely she needs to try and step on that second serve, but because she's not reading it so well at the moment, also because she takes it so early, she's right up on the court, right up inside the baseline, so she has very little time to react.
Well played.
15 love.
Bit of serve volley there.
Just for you. No, it's something that we do see from Barnet, and as I mentioned, it's something that's coming back into the game. If I think back to when I was playing, maybe 10 years ago or so, 12 years ago, and players didn't drop shot. They didn't come to the net very much.
Is that for fear of being passed, or?
No, it was all about the power era. That was just ingrained into you. It was who can out hit the other one from the back of the court. Because I'm telling you, if I was terrible at running down drop shots. I was horrendous. It was my biggest weakness, and no one could do it very well. Pushing Christie back there, 2 or 3 meters behind the baseline. That's not where she wants to be. Yeah, if people had been drop shotting against me, I wouldn't have had any sort of career. I would have been stopping before I got started. But no, it didn't happen. I mean, there were a couple of players here and there, but no.
Think back to the likes of Tanara Safina, who got a #1, just belting it.
Yeah, well, if you could
from
drop
the baseline.
If you could drop shot against Safina,
yeah.
then you would have been laughing. But there were very few players who would.
Just not a brand of tennis I really enjoyed watching.
Safina.
Well, just that power game with very little mixing.
How dare you? It's the best.
I prefer what I'm seeing now.
I like I think a little bit of variation where the game is heading over the next 5 years or so. You mentioned at the British Tour last week that felt that there was a little more in the men's game.
Absolutely.
Because it does, the trends in tennis, as it were, do tend to, in women's tennis, tend to follow the men's game about 5 years behind.
40-15.
It's all going well for Barnet right now. Little turnaround here. Freya getting slightly frustrated. Barnet with a real chance here to hold. Just close that gap on that scoreboard.
First serve.
Good catch. Couldn't quite pick that one up.
40-30.
That needed to be a huge slice just to get up and over. If Barnett can see this one home, first serve would help her in that instance.
First serve. Cheers.
Just let that advantage go a little bit. Barnett.
Yeah, and on both points, really, you've got to point the finger at the serve, just not setting things up. And because she doesn't have a big serve that she can get a couple of cheap points here and there, it makes it difficult to close out games.
Advantage Barnet.
Slight overhit there from Freya Christie. Yeah, I think long, Freya. I think Freya thought it was in.
It was
Yeah, it was comfortably out, but I think Christie didn't hear a call. He's now disputing, saying it wasn't that far. I think it was quite far out.
Just wide. Christie is so good, even when that shot is, she's playing it right down from her ankles, she's still generating power and accuracy.
Yeah, being able to do it off the back foot without sacrificing any depth or quality of shot is very impressive, and also how quickly she recovers back up to the baseline after it. So each one, she has to move back, plays the ball back up to the baseline, then goes back again, because the depth from Barnet is excellent at the moment.
So back on deuce, needs to get the serve firing a little more consistently here, Alicia Barnett.
Advantage Christie.
A bit of moonballing from Alicia Barnett. Almost had that point. She moved in, maybe didn't go the right way.
Christie got away with that drop shot because it was from a very uncomfortable position on the court. Barnett, it's tough to drop shot because she likes to play inside the baseline anyway. She doesn't have far to run, and she's quick. So I think Christie was starting to struggle in that point, wanting it to be over. But Barnett just had to hit the space.
Yeah, realising what a great opportunity she's had. She's seen go twice now. She's facing another break point here. That's a pretty courageous shot from Barnett.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's what you get from Barnett, really. I mean, she's so aggressively minded. She doesn't have the natural aggression within her game like a Christie does, but her mentality is always about trying to take the calculated risks, trying to get on the front foot, staying up the court.
Well played.
Advantage Barnet.
She's looking a little more controlled now, Barnett, giving herself another chance, but Where did that stem from? A good wide serve?
Yeah, much better the accuracy on the serve, and then again just pressing forward. If you're getting Christie to hit a couple of slices in defence, looking good for that sort of situation. Barnett's really got used to the pace of Christie well as well. I think the first few games there are a couple of late shots, just dealing with that. It just does take a little bit of getting used to.
What about the timing of her coming into the net? Because she had forced Christie wide, could she have come in straight away to the net? She didn't.
Slightly difficult against Christie just because you're worried that she could just really find that strike zone off the wide serve.
Game Barnett. Christie leads 3 games to 2. First set.
Well, Barnett has held on. She's really had to work very, very hard for the hold there. But well done. She deserved it in the end. But gosh, it's a hard job for her.
And that is her game. And she's up for working hard because, well, she has to. And it's great that she's always up for it. But behind the first serve, she's always in a neutral position. Very well, not always. We saw a great wide serve there that put her in the ascendancy in the point. But it is difficult because she has to work from that neutral position so often, and to be able to, you have to work from more of a defensive position when Christie's serving, and then to be neutral when she's serving. It just doesn't quite feel level, does it? It just feels like she has to do an awful lot more work. But as I say, she is more than happy to hit as many shots as it takes, chase as many balls down, whatever is required to get on top of the point. She's prepared to do it. It's just about whether she can continuously do it point after point after point.
Well, she had to work very hard indeed for that win over Maya Lumsden, as indeed did Freya Christie, actually. Lumsden, the Scottish #1, very hard opponent. But so both these players really had their work cut out against her in what is now a 3-player field after, sadly, Katie Swan had to retire during her match against Freya Christie, actually, on the opening day. So that match was scrubbed from the table. So Maya Lumsden, the player who drops out of this group, these two through to the semi-finals. This will decide who ends top of this group, the Elena Baltacha group. So Christie to serve now at 3-2. And the winner of this match will play the loser of the Anne Kearthavong match between Jodie Burrage and Katie Bolter. Really looking forward to that one.
Something else to consider is that we've had an awful lot of long rallies here. Both of them really kind of going at it from the back of the court, as we say, my favourite baseline tennis. But it does mean that the ball's rough up, and we're not getting ball changes like you would at Wimbledon every 7 games, or 9 games.
Whoa.
Very nice. Had some juice on it, didn't it?
It certainly did. It's just that pace, that acceleration, when that comes back at you. It's past you before you even realise she's hit it.
No, but it is something that big hitters really need to take into account through a match. I mean, the balls, if you play with the same balls for 2 full sets, you could lose up to 30% of pace.
Is that what they're doing? Are the balls not being changed?
I'm not sure actually when the ball changes here, but it won't be as frequent as Wimbledon, that's for sure. Sometimes it's only for the 3rd set, which then causes more problems.
15-30.
Freya Christie just struggling with the serve a little bit in this game.
Yeah, so when you're a big hitter, it just, it's very often that it's very common that you get off to such a great start. Everything feels really good, you're finding those winners, but then a combination of your opponent getting used to your pace and the ball's roughing up a bit. And when I talk about the loss in pace, it's the loss in pace off the bounce, really. It's fine off your racket, but it just grips the court a lot more. It does slow down.
Unlike that, which was just getting faster and faster. But yes, so your whole timing changes. You've got to adjust.
Yeah, and it can be difficult because, as I say, you've got two things happening at the same time, and it's just something you really need to keep in the back of your mind.
She's just so comfortable with that shot, isn't she? Stepping around the backhand and getting the angle in on that forehand. Barnett can't get anywhere near it.
Barnett just lacking the depth there. Okay, she was pushed into a really tough position, but your job is, when you're kind of counter-punching like that, she's pushed right back in the corner, it's almost defending. The job is to firstly get it in and secondly get it deep, and unfortunately that one fell right up at the service line, and it meant the finish was fairly simple.
I love his serve.
Game Christie. Christie leads 4 games to 2.
It's a useful lead for Christie, and that's that point in the service court where you aim for in practice, isn't it? Where you might put down a tin of balls to wallop. She would get it every time.
Yeah, it's always good. It makes such a good sound when you use the tins.
It was cardboard boxes in my days.
Oh, was
the old boxes of
so it was
balls
a thud
before they were pressurised.
Oh, right, of course.
Yeah.
Either that, or you would, if you were outside and it happened to be a hot day, say you were trading in Florida or something, you could fill up a water bottle with the top off, and so the water would just fly everywhere. It's always nice and satisfying as well.
Oh, the fun. So, 2-4. Ooh. Trying a whipped cross-court forehand, didn't quite come off. Nice idea.
Yeah, good to look for the angle, especially when she's up the court, but she just rushed herself on that one. I think that one stayed a bit lower than she was anticipating.
It's devastating, isn't it, when you're on the receiving end of this sort of quality of striking.
That's what it is, isn't it? It's just like getting just punched the whole time. It's just relentlessly coming at you. You're having to soak up the pace. It's exhausting, the impact through the body. You just don't have any time to breathe, to think, to prepare for a shot. Everything is so reactive. It's very frustrating.
Oh, well, that was a bit of a wallop.
Yeah, she went big. 4-2-30, love. I wouldn't be too mad about it if I was part of a coaching camp.
No, indeed. wondered if she might have tried to play that up the line.
Well, I think she was expecting another deep, strong shot from Christie, but Christie actually mishit that a little bit, so it dropped short and didn't have much pace. And you can see Barnett was actually just stuck quite deep. Wasn't able to move up to it. Just caught her out.
Game Christie. Christie leads 5 games to 2. First set.
Barnett there trying to play a left-handed forehand. She was all out of position there. Christie just absolutely dominating that rally, and rather dominating this set now. She'll be serving at 5-2.
Yeah, definitely feels a little closer than the score, doesn't it? Double
does.
break up, serving for the set. Barnett looking at potentially a 6-2 set down. Definitely feels much closer than that, but Christie's just done a little better on the big points, and she's just had the couple of points where she can get quicker points with her big serves and big strikes, just to keep things rolling, keep the momentum going, so that it's not always really hard work, and then she knuckles down in the rallies when Barnett's really getting her good strikes in.
There we are. We're not far from Heathrow here. Turkish Airlines 777, possibly.
Not sure about that. I've spent an awful lot of time on an aeroplane, but I don't know if I'm too good on the technical details.
Caroline Wozniacki used to be their face, the face of that airline.
Oh, really?
Why she'd be the face of Turkish Airlines, I'm not so sure, but they probably offered her a nice lot of money.
Maybe they were her favourite.
Maybe they were. Well, that's what she said.
Surprising.
So here we go then. Christie makes her way out on court to serve for this opening set here. Comfortable lead at 5-2. I mean, for Barnett, if she does lose this match, it doesn't matter too much. She's through to the semi-finals. And out of Burrage and Bolter right now, who do you think she'd rather face?
Oh, I don't think there's a rather out of those two. I'm not going to lie. I think it's going to be a cracking match. I very much look forward to it. But either way, out of the 4 semi-finalists, 3 of them have a pretty big strike. Barnett's the one that is lacking in that. She makes up for it in other ways, don't get me wrong. But what I'm trying to say is whoever she plays, it's going to be a similar sort of thing to what she's experiencing here against Christie.
That was long from Christie. I think a little fortuitous for Barnett. Again, perhaps just not quite quick enough up into the net, which meant that volley wasn't really very penetrating, didn't cause her opponent any problems, and led her back into the rally.
She needs to be more assertive. She did everything right there. As we see a glimpse of Fed Cup captain and Kyothevong in the house. This isn't her group, though, is it?
This is Elena's group. Yeah.
I need to watch this one. Wait for your own group, Anne. Of course, she's interested in how things are going.
Actually, I think she's very buoyed by what she's seeing as well, generally around the NTC these days.
if you're a Fed Cup captain. You might have a great squad, which she does at the moment, but you've always got to be looking at what's coming next, otherwise you get caught out. Really try and nurture the talent, and somebody like Christie has been knocking on the door before, career high of around 300. Barnet has yet to make those strides.
Emma Raducanu is one of the big names, isn't it, that is being talked about a lot now as a really exciting future prospect for British women's tennis. Katie Bolter, we know, is already there as
6 games to 2.
Fair Christie takes that opening set pretty comfortably, 6-2. Some nice tennis on show, though, from both girls. Let's not take anything away from Alicia Barnett, who's playing her part in this match. And what about Jodie Burrage? Where would she be in the makeup of things, looking a little bit further down the line?
Yeah, again, I'd say knocking on the door. I mean, she's been up again at a similar ranking. She has shown that the entry level of professional tennis is no problem. She's gone through that nice and quickly, as Christie has. And then you start getting into the low level of the challenges, the 25Ks moving forward there. She's done well with that. It's all about getting to Grand Slam qualifying. That's the big thing, because once you're in Grand Slam qualifying, the level of opportunity you have to make big points, big money, and actually go on some runs that really mean something. The really difficult thing is when you're just sitting at sort of 300, 400, you can have these great runs. You can beat great players, top 200 players, but you're often in tournaments that are not worth a huge amount of points, so the conversion can be quite slow. It's very, very tough to push through to that next level. So you've got to be incredibly smart with your scheduling. A lot of very talented players get completely stuck there because they just cannot get the scheduling right, and you've got to then hope that you time your good performances with the tournaments that pay off more than others, because every tournament is just so different. I mean, you can play a strong $25,000 event and you can have 2 top 200 players playing against each other for 5 points, and they're players that would be playing against each other in Grand Slam qualifying for an awful lot more points and a lot more money, right? So some of that is a little bit of luck, but also about the smart scheduling. But for them, that leap it's hard.
It's huge, yeah.
But they're surrounded with people who have those expertise, who have done it before. They know how to schedule it, and I'm sure they will benefit from that. But once they're in Grand Slam qualities, both of them, Burrage, Christie, that's where you learn so much more as well. You're around much better players. You get the opportunity to play against better players so much more frequently. And then the development can tend to take off.
So Barnett getting the second set underway. Do you think we are, though, generally, British tennis, in terms of the women's game certainly, in a better place than we were 10 years ago, in terms of strength and depth?
Yes. We are.
10 years ago, I know, is when you were playing. That was slightly cruel to have put that 10-year thing in it.
Well, aside from me dragging everything down.
Not a bit of it.
Yeah, no, we are in a better place. It makes a huge difference having somebody like Conter at the top. She's, of course, been top 5 in the world. She's currently ranked very highly as well.
Oh,
30-15.
leant back on that one a bit.
Somebody reaching the semi-finals, and they know Jo. Everybody knows her, has hit with her, trains with her, or played against her, for example, as I did. But just having that connection, it's not somebody who you have no idea what sort of training they were doing to get there. You've seen it.
You've opened yourself to a bit of a question there, as I have played Jo Conter.
Oh,
so
right.
Quite like to know the outcome of that.
I did actually win that match.
Oh, hello.
She wasn't top 20 as she is currently, I must say. That was a long time ago. Yeah, I was going to ask her the same thing. Why are you running around that one? Backhands, it was very nice.
Yeah, it's a pretty decent shot, isn't it?
I don't know why she would be trying to hide it.
Barnett with a chance to open the scoring here. Well, she's said it for us, really. I think, isn't it funny? It really is. It's a complete restart at the beginning of a new set, isn't it? She sailed pretty much through that opening set, and then maybe just the focus goes, the intensity just drops off just for a little moment, and you pay for it.
Yeah, and she had to work hard. You know, she really had to dig in and tough out some long rallies. I think it was a fairly physical first set, but just, yeah, a little drop in concentration there. I think maybe feeling like she's kind of got this match under control. You can see a big difference in first serve percentage in 78% for Christie, 64 for Barnett. Now that's a big problem for Alicia Barnett, because she doesn't have a lot of pop on the serve, so she has to have the consistency so that the second serve doesn't get attacked. So I think that would be a good area to try and address.
So if you like seeing players hit 6 bells out of the ball, and I'm not saying it's not a spectacle, where are you with players like Agnieszka Radwanska? Obviously we're not going to see her in action, but I mean, she has the full rounded game, doesn't she? She's got the power, but she's got those lovely touches too.
Loved it. Not surprising that she won fan favourite of the year on the WTA, I think,
Endlessly.
every year that she was playing.
15
I
up.
played against her a couple of times. I can tell you it was horrible. It was a terrible experience. One of those matches actually was in Fed Cup. It was quite close, but it was just not. I told you about my dislike for chasing drop shots. So that was pretty much all I did for a couple of hours.
She's such a great reader of the game, wasn't she? I was saying, I think to Gigi yesterday, she's like, she played tennis like you might play chess, thinking several moves ahead. Oh, lovely from Alicia Barnett. The serve was short, she pounced on it.
Yeah, and what was so impressive with Radwanska is that she was able to do it against the pace. Because, okay, you could think back to somebody like a Hingis, who was incredibly good at that game style as well. But she struggled when the pace really took off with the Williams sisters. It was quite overwhelming. She didn't quite have the time to manipulate the racket around the ball as she wanted to. So for Radwanska to be dealing with the likes of the Williamses, Kvitova, all of that pace coming at her and still being able to play in that way, was really interesting. I'd love to see someone play like that again.
Yeah, who wouldn't? Oh, well played. Not over yet. Oh, well played. She looks like the player in control now, Alicia Barnett, in the early stages of this second set.
Yeah, it's a really good response, because it would have been very easy to drop your head after a set like that. It doesn't feel like a 6-2 set. It felt an awful lot closer. It was just about when she was winning the points, converting those points won into games. All of the games were pretty close. It was a long set as well. So good response just to keep the positivity up. But as I say, anyone who's seen Barnett play before would not be surprised. That is her MO, just gets on with business.
It's good to see. Right on the line from Christie. See, that's the weapon she can draw on. She thinks she's getting into a little bit of difficulty. Just pull out a winner on the serve. It's a nice cheap point for her. Oh, yeah, that was well wide.
30-40.
She had the whole line to look at there, Christie. Just off what she was doing in that first set, and it's set up a very useful, potentially useful break point for Alicia Barnett.
orchestration behind that forehand. Real stand and deliver.
Having a little chat with herself and telling us, the rest of us really, what she thought of that as she sets up another break point for Alicia Barnett. Can she make the most of this? 2-love lead would be very nice for her. Talking Grand Slams a bit. We're only 3 or 4 miles down the road from the All England club, Wimbledon. Who do you think we might have seen in Saturday's final?
I mean,
final? Who would have got through to that?
That's extraordinarily hypothetical.
Well, it is.
Well.
You must have given it some thought. I know I have.
Okay, okay. All right. Give me a minute.
All right. Oh, lovely play from both players, it has to be said, but Christie putting that away with such assuredness. Look at the angle on that one.
Now, am I going with the final I think we would have seen or that I would like to have seen?
Let's do both. Oh, no, live a
Even
little.
more homework.
Live
Okay.
Are you actually looking up stats? You don't need to look up stats for this, do
No,
you?
I'm just looking up the top 10 players.
Can you remember who they are?
So that I don't forget anyone. It's been a little while.
It has. It has. Bart is number 1. I think you told me that. Ooh. I think that was... Yeah, it was a little wide. Possibly long. What's Bart's grass game like?
Ooh, it's good.
Tip-top.
Oh, yeah. But there's quite a lot of pressure at Wimbledon because it's the surface that everybody talks about with Barty, with the slices, the coming forward, and it's amazing. I never would have said her first slam would have been Roland Garros. You told me she would have won a slam, I would have said, sure, absolutely, very much expect that at some point. Roland Garros? Not a chance. Amazing. Even she said afterwards that she won Roland Garros, and one of the first interviews she said that she still doesn't love the clay. She dislikes it less.
Right, got you. Well, she can leave it alone now. Actually, we've got clay coming up very soon, haven't we? Palermo, Joe Conter's going out there.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's really good quality work from Barnett here, and Christie will know, she's played Barnett before, that it's just relentless. You have to keep going at that level, and she did find a really good level in that first set, but you see here just dropped ever so slightly, not even much. Now Barnett, she's just always hanging around. She's such an opportunist.
So Barnett gets the break, and that's well earned actually for Alicia Barnett. I don't think anyone will begrudge her that. She's had to work very hard indeed for it, but it's paid off. A few little loose moments perhaps from Freya Christie, just let up a little bit, but that's all down to the perseverance of Alicia Barnett. Well played her. So here she is serving at 2-love in this second set. Trading by a set to love. Best of 3 tie-break sets we're playing here. second time I've seen that.
Yeah, you just saw that one. It had a little bit of inside spin on it, but I think Barnett caught it well, and it just slid out a little bit. Christie wasn't expecting it.
Oh no,
15 all.
not really the shot from there. You're still researching that question. It was just a hypothetical. Who do you think we might have seen in the final?
But
You're taking this very seriously.
Do you know how difficult this is, though? I mean, look, the top 20, you could argue for any two players from the top 20 to be in the final. Women's tennis is the best it's been for a long time in terms of the depth, the excitement, the variation in game styles.
That's 15.
It's all going the way of Alicia Barnett at the moment, isn't it? The close calls. Just off her game in the second set. And again, you'd expect her to make that 99.9% of the time, that backhand down the line.
Yeah, the errors have come in a bit of a flurry here. Quite a few peppering through the games. And Christie needs to sort that out sharpish.
Game Barnet. 3 balls, please.
Well, another hole for Barnett.
Love second set. First set, Christie.
And just listen to that scoreline. 3-love to Alicia Barnett, who really had to fight hard for every point in that opening set, which Christie won 6-2. But look at the change around here. And I think it's a combination of factors, isn't it, here, Naomi?
Yeah, I mean, it was very close through that first set, even though the score was a little more one-sided. But a few errors coming from Christie. I think she's getting a little more frustrated with the long rallies because she's been having to do that an awful lot in this match. And you see that last backhand that she struck was kind of a, I want this rally to be over sort of shot. So she just needs to regroup, find the discipline, find the patience once again. Back to your question about Wimbledon final. I mean, in my defence,
Oh, heavens above, this is
look
agonising.
Look at this list. I mean, of course, Barty, Hallett, Pliskova, Kenin. Of course, Kenin winning the Australian Open, first Grand Slam there. Svitolina Andreescu, US Open champion. Burton's, Bencic. I'd take any of them in the final. Any of them could make the final, 100%. That's just the top 8. Then we haven't even talked about Serena. She's coming in at number 9. Osaka, double Grand Slam champion, back-to-back, first person to do this. Sabalenka's outside the top 10. It is so full. Kvitova's not in the top 10. Madison Keys, Johanna Konta, Muguruza has won Wimbledon. I mean, it is just, it's so good. I cannot wait. I can't wait for this to get going again. I'm sorry. Well, who's your final
Well,
then?
the thing is, as you said yourself, rather sneeringly, it was such a hypothetical question. You could really have just pulled out a couple of names and we could have left it there, but you're agonising over this so much now. It's become a bit of a thing. But let's just turn our attention here to see if Freya Christie can get back on song, trailing 3-love in this second set.
15 love.
One and two.
Oh, that's
Barty against
pathetic.
Come on.
You could have said that without any degree of thought.
Yeah.
That's really disappointing.
We've had quite a lot of these big runs, haven't we, from people unexpected to win the Slam. So, for example, Barty, Roland Garros. Before that, we had, after that, getting my years and dates confused now.
Well, it's going to be very like that next year. I think we're going to go from French Open to French Open, aren't we? If Melbourne doesn't happen, there's a thought that it might not.
Because we had Kenin winning the Australian Open.
Yeah.
That was a bit of a surprise.
Yeah.
I mean, Andreescu winning US Open, not necessarily a surprise, but the 6 months that she had was just stunning.
40 love.
Coming from seemingly nowhere on that one. Of course, Halep won Wimbledon, which I'm not saying you wouldn't expect it, but it was not her favourite surface.
No.
You could see Roland Garros, of course, on the clay. On the grass, she struggled a little more. And I mean, God, that final, that level of tennis, I thought that was taking things to a new level.
I love her attitude these days too. It's not something you could say a few years ago about Simona Halep. It's changed for the better in a major way. Darren Cahill, a huge part of that transformation. Christie serving at 40 love now. A chance for her to get on the scoreboard for the first time in this second set. Having been really quite dominant in that opening set. And a double fault. What's happened to the Christie game here? She's gone wandering a bit in her head. Maybe she thought she was home and dry after that first set.
Oh, I hope not. I hope she understands the scoring system by this point. No, there's no way she would have underestimated Barnett. Barnett comes with a reputation of being feisty and competing for every single shot until the very, very last point. It's just the concentrations. Wondering, she needs to have a little chat with herself, take some time, try and change something up a little bit just to bring up the intensity again. So who is your final then?
Well,
you say Barty and Halep.
Well, it's funny. That's probably what I would have. No. Well, that's a very hypothetical question.
I'm going to say Bencic.
Well, I remember when Bencic won Eastbourne a few years ago. We looked at her as being the next really exciting thing in women's tennis. She fell off a bit. I think injury played its part in that, didn't it? Oh, dear.
Yeah, Bencic, she had some serious injuries, so she was away for quite a while, but she absolutely burst through as she was so young, just a teenager, all the way to the top 10. Had her injuries, was out for a good chunk of time, but then just did it all over again, as if it was no problem whatsoever.
Yeah.
Just rolled the way back to the top. Yeah, it's fine. Top 10. She's currently sitting at number 8.
Yeah,
23 years old.
That's fantastic. That's where she should be.
I could see her being the sort of outsider to get through to the final.
Could you really?
Something
Bencic?
like Wimbledon.
That'd be great to
You
see
could
that.
pick any of these players.
Yeah,
Come on.
yeah.
Conta could do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Madison Keys has always underperformed at Wimbledon. Kvitova's won the thing a couple of times.
Yeah. Great question, wasn't it?
Nice. That's much more like it. Repetitive hitting, looks really in control. Footwork much, much better than it was even 5 minutes ago. Upping the intensity. You've got to get that spark going once again.
Yeah, back on song there, but the ball constantly still coming back at her from Barnett. Making her work really hard for these points.
15 all.
How would Svitolina fare on the grass?
She could definitely go on a deep. I don't see her taking the title, but
I mean, that's the problem. If you push your player out wide and it's someone like the quality of Freya Christie, she's going to return with an even sharper angle, isn't she?
yeah, just using those levers and just breaking the wrist around the outside of the ball. Kiki Burns made the semi-finals not so long ago.
like to see Muguruza make a bit more of the talent that she's got. It's two up and down. Oh. Well done for hanging in on that one, Christie. Sorry, Barnett.
Yeah, and you can just see Christie just puffing a bit at the end of that rally. She did a lot of running, but she's had to just work hard relentlessly here. I think it's just starting to fit it a bit in the legs. She's one of the players who's played a lot. She's tried to play as much as possible since we've been allowed to resume. Has played in many tournaments.
Ooh.
40-30.
Well, can Barnett extend her lead here? She can hold, puts herself in a very strong position. Well played.
Game Barnet. Barnet leads 4-1, second set. First set, Christie.
I don't think this is a scoreline we necessarily anticipated after that first set. I think hats off to Barnett for capitalising on any weaknesses she may have seen from her opponent. We've just gone off the boil a bit in this second set, whereas Barnett just stayed absolutely solid and upped her game. And look where she sits now with a 4-1 lead in this second set. We could be looking at a 3-setter here then.
Yeah, it's been quite a turnaround. Definitely in the last 2 games we saw Christie's level was better. Yeah, for sure. Still needs to increase a little bit more, but the intensity's coming back. Seems like she's kind of trying to get a grip of herself, get things sorted out, but only a couple of games away from losing this second. He talks about Muguruza and her up and down career, but come on, the ups.
Oh, they're wonderful, aren't they?
Couple of Grand Slams in the pocket. Would you rather that or be #1 in the world? I think that everybody who's been #1 in the world that hasn't won a slam would say rather have a slam.
Yes, indeed. Boeing 777 British Airways heading into Heathrow. I was at the final when she won it at the ball that night, the dinner, the champions dinner that night. Her and Roger were the 2 champions. I mean,
2017 that was.
Very good. A more glamorous occasion you could not picture. They both looked absolutely sensational.
How did you get in?
Well, you know, I move amongst the the top movers in British tennis. You know that. I was the guest of the great Virginia Wade.
Well, that'll do it. Virginia does hold some clout.
She can open a few doors. So here we go then. Christie serving a 1-4. Well, when did she last get a serve in? Drifting wide. Now the first serve hasn't really been firing the last couple of service games for Freya Christie. Little wasted opportunity for Barnett. She could have really pounced on that second serve, which is what she was trying to do. It's just a bit of a slash. Whoa, what is going on with Freya Christie at the moment?
Yeah, a little bit wild. I mean, she was striking it so cleanly in the first set. Just shows the margins.
Ah, it's more like it.
40-15.
That's a super strike. She's so good at that one. Running around the backhand and getting a really ferocious angle on that shot. Her opponent nowhere near that one.
Game Christie.
And a
Barnet leads 4 games to 2, second set.
decent serve to finish it off with as well for Christie. Maybe just finding her range again towards the end of that game, so she pulls the game back, but Barnett still with a nice gap here, 4-2. She can just keep her serve ticking over nicely here. A hold here would be invaluable for Alicia Barnett. Slightly odd rally. Wasn't a huge amount on that opening serve.
No, it's just got a bit choppy, hasn't it? I
Yeah.
mean, the first set was actually really quite smooth. There wasn't a huge amount of momentum because we didn't have any quick games, but the quality was there quite relentlessly, quite consistently from both players. We did have a difference in game style, but it was really good work. It's now just become a bit patchy. We've got a lot more shorter points coming in, more unforced errors. And really, the player that is just able to get a grip of their level of tennis and play 3-4 good quality points in a row is the one that's going to stretch away. And so far that has been Barnett, but Christie is just starting to get it under control. Whether she'll have enough time to do that in this set, we'll have to wait and see.
Shame that Barnett couldn't have maybe played the ball back behind Christie. It was always going to be a little bit too easy for her to put that one away. I know when you're that close to the net, to maybe get an angle up the line might not have been too easy.
Yeah, it was a tricky shot to try and play. It's just because it was so low, and the net is of course significantly higher at the sides, so going down the line is very difficult that close to the net.
How do you do that? Whip it through, a lot of racket head speed to get the top spin.
Got to get it up and down quickly.
It's got to go down as another unforced error from Freya Christie.
They are racking up in this set.
Fantastic angle, and the power, the zip with which that ball came off the racket, doing all the damage.
Yeah, much looser through the strike on that backhand. Just let the hands go and it just gets that extra bit of juice on the ball.
So Christie with her first break point in a long old time since the first set. Oh, no, 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 no.
Barnet leads 4 games to 3, second set. First set, Christie.
That's such a shame because it was a terrific serve. She had her opponent on the run, but then couldn't put away the smash.
Yeah, it's just too much of an assumption on that last shot from Barnet, and that's something that does come with experience. The more times you mess it up, the more you're more likely to get it right the next time. But she just, because Christie was defending so clearly there, she just assumed it would be a simple put away finish and it would be a short sort of smash. And then when it went up and it was going deeper and deeper and deeper, it almost just took a little bit too long to dawn on her that actually she was way behind the service line, close to the baseline. That is a tough shot. So she was in the right position if she wanted to take a smash, and you could argue that actually letting it bounce and playing a ground stroke would have been a little bit more sensible. And so much of tennis is about anticipating. You have to get ahead of the game. You have to know what the most likely option is, but you always have to be prepared for the unlikely option because it does come, and you have to be able to adapt it and change. And very often when you get sucked into a bit of a rhythm, you can just start assuming you know this is just going to be a short ball fit, and then suddenly you're on the back foot and struggling, and if that happens too many times it's very damaging.
So we're back at 4-3 here. Very different complexion from 5-2, which Alicia Barnett would have loved to have had. It was on her racket. She had the chance on her serve. She'll be disappointed. And can Freya Christie in our picture now take advantage of that and level up in this second set? You feel if she can, we may not be far from a conclusion here. Still a bit of work to do. She's certainly not at the standard she was in that first set.
15 up.
It's a pretty good angle. I mean, Alicia Barnett just nowhere near that. It didn't even have a huge amount of pace on it. Yeah, like a second serve in many ways. Oh, that's beautifully played. Barnett's still in it. Looking far more assertive now in these opening salvos of this 8th game and the second set now. Barnett should still try and stay positive here though, but you can see her chances now just beginning to slip away. A couple of good points from Christie. Rather extreme effort at trying to create an angle that wasn't perhaps really there. So Christie opening up with a 8 out wide on the first point, and then good rally in the second. She's now 40 love to take it to 4-all, and this set will really have changed around. That all looks rather too easy for Christie. It's now Barnett's turn to slightly drop off in terms of her intensity, but Christie now at 4-all. You feel she's not too far away from settling this matter outright.
Yeah, that has been a bit of a momentum shift. Christie racking up. We have not seen many quick games, have we, at all? Every game has had to be really hard work, even for Christie on her service games where she's got great serve, potentially getting a couple of cheap points, but it's very rare to have a quick one.
15 love.
Did you get that?
Nicholls.
I think the answer to that is no. Just popping it wide. And that really is a gift to her opponent. Just to remind you, both these players are through to the semi-finals. The final game in the round robin will determine which player finishes top of the group and who goes through as second player of the group. And that affects obviously the draw for the semi-final. Top player will play the second player in the opposite group, which will be
30-15.
either Jodie Burrage or Katie Bolter, who will be up next. Should be a terrific encounter, that.
Hearing a lot more positive chat from Christie now as well. Really urging herself. She knows that she can play well enough to beat Barnett. She did that in the first set. It's just about finding that level. Just trying to demand a fraction more from herself just to get her over the line in the second set. When you're playing somebody like Barnett, you just really want to avoid going deep into a third. It gets scrappy, and when it's a scrap, that is when Barnett really does come alive. She loves those moments. Christie would like things a little more clinical.
Yeah, she's closing in now, Christie. Just bring you some news from around the grounds. Olivia Nicholls, who's in doubles action with Alicia Barnett. She's just gone down rather heavily to Erin Richardson, 6-1, 6-1 in the Division 1 singles. Elsewhere out there, Alice Gillan took a 6-love first set against Emily Arbuthnot. Arbuthnot now 4-1 in the second set. In that much out on court 1. So we'll decide places 3 and 4 in the Anne Kearthavon group. I do like Emily Arbuthnot's style of play. She's a hustler.
Oh, you do?
I do. Yeah, I do like watching her. She's another player who doesn't give up. She tries to chase everything down.
Yeah, it's annoying when you're playing against it, I'll tell you that. Not my favourite sort of player. Not to watch, to play against.
Sure, yes.
Stand it. It's much easier when players don't run around. But no, she's great at that, Emily. Once again, similar to Barnett, I mean, you just know it's going to be tough.
Yeah.
You're walking on the court, there's that little bit of... It's not intimidating in the sense that somebody's got big weapons and you think, oh, wow, I mean, there might not be anything I can do about this match, but... It's just kind of, you have to spend some time before the match getting your head around the fact that this could be tough every single point, and you need to just respond every time.
So Christie, having trailed 4-1, now serving for the match.
It was a lovely swinging serve from Christie, but well read there from Barnett. And Christie just lost her balance at the net, so she just left a big gap down the line for Barnett to find.
Looks like David Felgate there on the right of our screen, talking to Jodie Burrage, who's up next. Training at the junior tennis coaching run by David Felgate and Colin Beecher, just over the river in Chiswick. Oh, well played. Oh, called out.
15-40.
Well, it was a nice point for Alicia Barnett. Did feel, though, that maybe she could have just come into the net a little sooner and put her opponent under a bit more pressure. Slightly let her off the hook, let her back into the rally. Oh, it's a really good return from Barnett. Yeah, gives a little punch there. Terrific return, really deep. And then she runs around the backhand to get a super angle on that forehand winner. And Barnett keeps herself in contention here. Takes this second set to 5-all.
Again, just maintaining that aggressive mindset. She just doesn't look phased. She's not up and down at all. We've heard a couple of some real positivity from Christie, but we've also seen her getting down on herself when she hasn't played that well. I mean, the game of Barnet has also gone a little up and down, but her mentality, her energy on the court doesn't really seem to change. She might have dropped a little bit in intensity, but you never really get any negativity from her.
Ooh.
Love 15.
Looking for an angle that perhaps wasn't really there for her.
Christie's going to really want to get this done in two, for obvious reasons, just to get the win on the board. But I do think she's just a little slower off that first step from the middle now. It doesn't look quite as explosive. Possibly feeling a little heavy in the legs.
Oh dear.
15-30.
Yeah, both players sort of moonballing it there, just taking the pace off it. And that's a bit of an opportunity gone on that point for Alicia Barnett. I think she's warming up there. A little bit of brightness now out on court. So 15-30, 5-all second set. Christie with the first set, 6-2. Yeah, the return was wide.
Well, it's the far line from the umpire as well, so
Yeah.
you wouldn't really expect them to over unless it was very clear, and it was fairly close. I can understand Christie's point. Yeah, that's exactly what the umpire's saying. I mean, she would only overrule on the far line if it is significantly wrong.
Indeed. I mean, sometimes you can just will yourself so much that your shot was in that you believe, even though you kind of know it wasn't, you kind of end up believing yourself that it was. But yeah, I think that looked just right. So 30-all. Just put her off her stride a little bit for Christie. Here for Barnett, and Christie had to work a little bit harder yet again. Emily Arbuthnot has taken the second set against Alice Gillan to take it into a deciding third set. Oh, that was risky. Very risky, but well done.
Second set, first set, Christie.
So Barnett edges ahead yet again in this second set. She had a 4-1 lead at one stage, let that slip. And then it was left up to Freya Christie to serve out for the match. But Barnett is really making her opponent work hard here. And it's Barnett with a 6-5 lead now. Doing really well.
Yeah, Christie's just got things definitely more back on track, but it's not as effortless as it was in the first set for her. It's just become a little bit clunky. The unforced errors, she's definitely tidied them up somewhat, but they're still just kind of hanging around. Can't quite shake them completely, and it's just causing her a few issues because you know that Barnett's going to be pretty solid from the back of the court. That's what she does.
It's a lovely setting here, isn't it? With the clubhouse, the headquarters of the LTA, wrapped around that beautiful London plane tree, dominating the frame. And then these fabulous courts here. Got all the Grand Slam surfaces. This would be equivalent pretty much to the US hard courts. We've got the grass and the clay here, of course, and paddle tennis. Plus the indoor courts. It's a wonderful facility. All the medical facilities required. It's all here. It's a terrific facility for these top players to come and train here. So Freya Christie serving to stay in this second set.
Barnett just didn't cushion that last one enough.
No.
She really did have the opportunity to, but you see it just popped up, landed far too deep. And Christie didn't have too far to chase down.
Such a nice point too. Barnett looked to be really in charge there. Fine margins, isn't it? Christie perhaps on that forehand drive didn't quite get the angle she was looking for. Was made to play that final shot. Nicely put away at the net. Yeah. Do you feel Christie's just finding her range a bit again here, Naomi, with those shots?
Yeah, she's also putting a bit more on it. And
Yeah.
it's funny because it tends to go hand in hand, actually, the strike and the consistency with a player like Christie, because the more you commit to the shot and the more conviction you have, the more likely you are to play with a loose arm so that you can allow your hand to get the spin that you need to control the pace that you're slamming down.
$40-15. Christie. 6 games all, second set tiebreak.
So we move into a tie-break here. Christie would like to get it done quickly, I'm sure. That serve just sitting up a little bit. Perhaps giving Alicia Barnett a little more time on that forehand than she was expecting. And mistiming it. So here we go. Barnett to get the tie-break underway.
It's going to be really key for Barnett to maintain the consistency in this tiebreak. I think she's got to be really tough on herself, not allow many unforced errors at all, because as much as Christie is finding a much better game, she's not in that sort of fluent passage of play that we saw in the first set. So her game will be peppered with a few unforced errors through this tiebreak, I expect. But if Barnett's making unforced errors of her own, well, then she won't be able to punish Christie for it.
Oh, it's well played from Barnett.
1-1.
Had Early on in that rally, she just couldn't get herself in the right position to really trouble her opponent. But working her way back into it, that's a lovely finish. All the weight going forward.
Super depth.
2-1, Barnet.
Serve was a little in the slot, has to be said, but Barnett capitalising.
Oh, what a shame.
2-all.
That's desperate for Alicia Barnett.
Yeah, it's a sort of point that she's really got to come out on top of. She's done everything right there. She's made it scrappy. She's forced Christie into really uncomfortable positions on the court, multiple shots in a row. Also, we're seeing Christie go to that forehand slice more and more now. Definitely feeling it with the legs, otherwise she'd be getting behind it to play over the ball.
Oh,
3-2, Barnet.
well, she got real depth on that shot from the back, Alicia Barnett, and she really needed to hold there as well. Christie serving at 2-3.
It's a lovely approach
Barnet.
from Barnett, just really nicely worked side to side. I mean, it's just textbook. It's nothing complicated. It's just attention to detail with the positioning around the ball. She's in the best possible position so that she can deliver her best possible shot. Width and width again, running Christie all over the court.
Yeah, she doesn't doubt herself too much, does she, Alicia Barnett? There are times when you think, oh, the head might drop a little bit, but she's still going for the shots. And when she makes them, they can be very damaging in terms of how they come off for her, from her opponent's point of view.
Yeah, she has such belief in her game that it's the right game style. And as I mentioned at the very beginning of this match, it's tough playing somebody like Christie because sometimes you do have to kind of go along for the ride and you get pushed and pulled along. But she's done a really good job in this second set of just really slowing that down.
So Katie Bolter and Jodie Burrage waiting to come out onto court for their final group match. The winner of this match will play the loser of that match, and vice versa. Christie then serving at 2-4 in the second set tie break. That was long.
5-2, Barnet.
Oh, Barnett must be sensing a real opportunity here. She's got those useful mini breaks. She can hold serve here. She's going to be forcing a deciding set. It's a bit of a big if. Ooh.
6-2, Barnet.
Oh, Barnett's been really strong and solid in this tiebreaker, exactly what she needed to do, and a couple of unforced errors from Christie creeping in.
So, Barnett sets up set point to take us through to a decider. Still 3 set points to Barnett, but it goes back to the Christie serve now. So that little opportunity has gone from Barnett. Still 3 set points though. That really is good side-to-side play from Christie. That forehand really, that's quite a brave shot, bearing in mind what was at stake just there.
Yeah, getting up the court much better, taking it on the front foot. She has just sat back a little through this set.
Ooh, that's drifted.
Game, second set, Barnet. 7 games to 6. 1 set all.
Well, Alicia Barnett, you've got to hand it to her. She absolutely stayed with it. She got really stuck in. And even though she let that 4-1 lead slip, she didn't drop her head. And she holds on to take Freya Christie to a third and deciding set.
Yeah, really good effort there from Barnett. Kind of exactly what we would expect from her. Real focus, determination, just continuing on with that relentless energy and intensity from the back of the court. Still playing aggressively. Christie went off at the beginning of the second set, which absolutely put her at a disadvantage, but she was starting to get things back on track. Barnett just not allowing life to be easy. So Christie's going to have to work once again all the way through this set. She's going to have to really work to maintain her quality. We can see Katie Bolter, who is probably just about ready to come on, possibly completing her warm-up. But now heading back inside, probably got at least about half an hour before she will be required to take to the court. One of the difficulties in tennis when it comes to scheduling. Just about ready to go. And you got to reset. So she'll be off to keep nice and warm inside. You see Jodie Burrage there just in the very background, heading in as well.
Time.
So the sun's coming out now, things warming up. Christie will kick things off in this final set.
Final set, Christie to serve. Love 15.
Both these players will be in doubles action later on this afternoon. This year Barnett playing alongside Olivia Nicholls, both of them involved in the organisation of this event here. Well, we've got some proper sunshine coming out to greet us at the start of this deciding set here in Roehampton at the LTA National Tennis Centre.
I think you coaxed it out, didn't you? You kept saying it was coming, looking brighter.
Had to arrive eventually. Not sure how long it's going to hang around for. Which I'm sure was the very question that Freya Christie was asking of Alicia Barnett. The answer is she's hung on for the duration. Taking this through to a deciding set, the first of our final round robin matches in the Elena Baltacha group. So both these players are through. There's Anna Smith, who was with us last week, part of the commentary team on the British Tour.
Christie's too sure about that call, but finger went up from opponent and umpire.
Yep, and me. And that's what counts.
I'll let her know.
No, just long. That backhand from Freya Christie so often is hit so flat. I mean, it's skimming that net by millimetres.
Yeah, it's a very clean strike, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh. Just drifting wide is a lovely idea.
Cheers.
Just to mix up the pace, create the angle.
I think Christie's got to get back to really leaning through the shot like we saw in the first set. She's just, her body weight is now just a bit more flat-footed, a bit more on the heels, so it just means she won't generate as much.
Yeah, it's difficult to tell when and why that would have happened. I mean, it happened at the start of the second set. Is that shift, doesn't that? That change just maybe thought, well, all I've got to do is do the same again and perhaps just let the concentration go. The intensity dropped a bit.
Yeah, it's something that it goes just because that intensity does drop. But then after that, you then lose your confidence.
Barnett must be infuriating to play against because that ball keeps on coming back.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like a wall. It comes back with interest as well. It's a quality shot back. You know, she's not a grinder at all. No. She's a real counter puncher, but she puts the punch in counter punch.
Oh, that looked long as well. Some really loose shots from Freya Christie here. Loose, and certainly in terms of the way she was striking them so accurately, so confidently in the opening set. So it's a break point. Stretching out the calf there, Mr. Barnett. Been out on court a fair while now. 2 hours. Oh, what a shame. It was such a good return from Alicia Barnett. Really should have done better with that shot at the net.
Yeah, she actually slowed down before she got to the shot, and that's probably because she would be worried about the next ball going up over her head as she wants to slam the brakes on. But if she'd actually just committed all the way through it, she probably would have slammed it away.
Yeah, Christie's lobbing in this match has been very good. Every time she has had the opportunity to lob an advancing Barnett, she's done so.
Yeah, and Barnett has been caught out a number of times with just overrunning after the volley.
Advantage Barnett. No violation, ball abuse, warning Miss Christie.
A little bit of frustration creeping into Freya Christie's game. That might be the first time I've heard that this week.
It's been very well behaved on the whole, isn't it?
Very well behaved.
I like it.
Yeah. What? Which bit? The well behaved bit?
Yeah.
Or do you like to see a bit of oomph?
No. I like players following the rules. Just not staying through that backhand, Christie. She's not staying low enough, really pulled off that one. I mean, she was practically in the middle of the court before she'd even finished the shot, and I can only put that down to fatigue in the legs. She's just not engaging enough through her shot. She's trying to bail out a little quickly, and when you are a big hitter, you can often get away with it. You can just kind of strike the ball, not do things 100% properly, but still put in a fairly good quality shot. It just increases the risk because you're going to throw in some that are not so good, like that last one. You can see the big difference. That first serve percentage up at 88 for Barnett. It was down at 64 after the first set, and that's a big problem for her. So looking much better. And actually for Christie, hers is 88%. That's too high for her. She needs to bring that down because it means it's just not being very effective. If you're getting 9 out of 10 first serves in and you're a big server like Christie, that means you're not going to get many free points. You're not going to be on top of the point after your first serve. So for me, I think she'd be much better off in the 70s there with that percentage.
And you can understand Christie's frustration earlier on. So Barnett already with the break right at the start of the third and deciding set.
It's really interesting seeing those numbers actually on the serve, because for Christie, she has got far fewer cheap points off of that first serve. And her second serve is not vulnerable, so she doesn't need to make a high percentage. You know, Barnett's in a totally different situation with that. So I do think that that means it's too high. She's not going for it enough. But again, that might be due to fatigue in the legs, just not driving, not getting the pop, not committing to it.
It's just a different player from set one, isn't it? We would never have seen that one drift out. Wasn't really too much on it either. But both these players were involved in long three-setters in their earlier matches in the round robin against Maya Lumsden. Maybe that's having an effect.
Yeah, I think more so for Christie, because she prefers to have quicker matches, shorter rallies. She had long rallies against Lumsden. She's had long rallies against Barnet here. Once again, it's hard work, it's physical. Barnet doesn't care.
Again, just drifting long. Oh, might be a little turnaround here. Both of them, of course, are in action in the doubles later on today in separate matches. But Alessia Barnett would like to save a little bit for that. And that's the second time we've seen her stretching out her calves. So yeah, she was on court for 2.5 hours, pretty much, give or take, against Maya Lumsden, winning through 6-7, 6-4, 6-4 in the end. Freya Christie was 2 hours and 11 against Lumsden, so they've been made to work hard in the early stages of this tournament. Yeah, just really stretching out here. Cracking serve. Christie really finding a range on that one. She's got to try and get something going here, Christie. I do think that the way forward for her is just to try and open up a little bit more. Go for big targets, play cross court a lot, but really just try and get that pace coming off the court. Ball toss into the sun for the right hand of that end.
40-15.
Well, that nearly took the racket out of Barnett's hand. There's a little confusion as to whether... Was that a let?
Yeah, it was. I don't think Barnett saw it, but Christie and the umpire on it with that call.
It's a shame. It'd have been a rather impressive drop shot.
New balls, please.
Drop shot return, but Christie
2 games to 1. Final set.
Christie on the scoreboard for the first time in this deciding set. And the Progress Women's Tour, one of a number of tournaments being staged here at the National Tennis Centre in Roehampton over these few weeks as we move out of lockdown. A terrific opportunity for these players to get back to playing competitive tennis, to earn some much needed prize money. We had the British Tour, which started a couple of weeks ago. That's just got underway in its third week. It's part of a 4-week swing on the British Tour, men and women playing in that one. This is an independent event, but supported by the LTA, the Progress Tour. And then the week after the British Tour finishes, from the 27th, we've got another one from the new tournament director on the block, Jamie Murray, with his Battle of the Brits team tennis event with mixed doubles, which should be a lot of fun. Do you like the mixed doubles game, Naomi?
Absolutely.
It's the best, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, should be a really good one to watch that.
Hopefully Joe Conter will be playing in that. Maybe Andy Murray. I think the lineup is yet to be confirmed as we just see, look, a little peep of blue sky up there. Spoke to Kyle Edmund the other day. He was toying with the idea of playing or possibly going out to Washington, going out early in time for that, should it happen. Still, things aren't really clear about whether the American swing will go ahead. And he got a mix-up of surfaces as well. So I think serving with new balls here. Nicely played.
Yeah, looking looser from Christie there. Much, much calmer on the ball. When you get tired, you start to hold that tension through the body more as well, and you've just got to try and shake it out.
Oh, that's a shame. We've seen that a little too often. But it's a really difficult one because, again, if she's coming into the net, you'll find that Christie is so good at lobbing. Oh, not sure what she could have done there. Commit one way or the other, perhaps. Perhaps she's caught between two stools slightly.
I really think that for Christie, she's just going to that slice on the forehand far too often. That last serve was right in the slot. Could have ripped it.
Nice.
There's you.
Super body serve there from Barnett. Something that I think is very effective against Christie. Anyone who's got those long levers, they've really got to try and get out of the way. They actually have to get out of the way further than other people do. Barnett's just not made a huge amount of use of that serve.
Well, to be fair, her opponent played a pretty good point. But she is getting very frustrated with her game, Freya Christie. Barnett with a point here for a 3-1 lead.
games all, final set.
That's a little bit of a gift from Alicia Barnett. She'd put herself in quite a good position in this set. And then the service game just getting a little bit ragged.
Yeah, those last 2 points, just 2 unforced errors. I mean, the double fault on the final one. Again, it's just not really something that Barnet can afford.
Love 15.
Christie just getting caught out a little too deep in the court there. Just couldn't pick up that shot that was played with a bit more width. Points have become a lot shorter all of a sudden in this final set as well, in both directions. It's not just one player that has changed that. I mean, in comparison to the first set, where it felt like every game, every rally was really hard-earned.
Yeah, perhaps just not quite getting the feet into position. Maybe Alicia Barnett just forcing the ball wide. Christie could just move ahead here.
Christie. Christie leads 3 games to 2, final set.
Yeah, Christie really good with that wide out serve. It doesn't have a huge amount of pace on it, doesn't need it. She just takes it wide. It's almost like a second serve, isn't it?
Yeah, actually the slower the better. You're going to get much more swing on the ball. It'll move a lot more as well. It's actually quite difficult for players who hit the ball big to really commit to not hitting the pace on that one, but she does it really well. But I would like to see her open up on the serve more. I mean, she's making such a high percentage of them, but they're very often kind of in the slot, not really moving, not really zipping through.
So they've had long matches, these two. As I say, they've both played 3-setters against Maya Lumsden. They're playing another 3-setter here. They've got doubles later on this afternoon. And tomorrow evening, after the main competition is drawn to a close for the day tomorrow, we're going to have a tie-break tens competition. These two will be in action in that. It's a terrific field, actually. We've got Katie Bolter, she'll be in action, Jodie Burrage and Maya Lumsden. Emma Raducanu is fit again. She'll be taking part in that. It's a really rapid-fire form of the game. It should be immense fun as well. In fact, the LTA are encouraging, you know, social players. They have this play your own way I mean, really play any kind of scoring system you like, and tiebreak tens is a really good, quick way of playing a tennis match. Pushing it wide. Yeah, there are so many different scoring systems around now.
Yeah.
Long and short, somewhere in between. It's the what's the one? Is it Ultimate Tennis that old
Yes.
Patrick Moratoglu is working on over back in France?
Yes,
That's an odd one. That's kind of playing against the clock almost, isn't it?
You've got quarters. 4 quarters. Whoever's got the most points at the end of each quarter wins that quarter.
Nicely put away. Well played. You're a fan of all these different variants of the game? That one's come in for a bit of criticism, hasn't it?
Oh, well, as long as they remain as exhibition events, I'm perfectly happy. Nice to have a bit of variation, but for me, the most brilliant part of tennis is the scoring system that we have.
Oh, that's another super shot.
Really letting go on that backhand. You could see the amount of rotation through this final shot from Barnett. Just threw her whole body through it. The left hip drove through the back of the ball to get as much pace as possible.
So 30-15. 2-3. Yeah, Freya Christie apologises for not heading the ball back to Alicia Barnett. Didn't realise she didn't have a second ball handy. Oh, I thought she had it. Right idea from Freya Christie. And she'd have got that probably in the first set. That would have happened 9 times out of 10, you suspect.
Yeah, she was much better on the passing shots in the first. She had a couple of options there because Barnett was caught out too deep in the court. She could have gone cross or line.
Let's replay the point. No, that's not.
So it was a let because something fell off, as we saw. The visor came off, but because Barnett's shot was on its way out, the point was effectively over. It wouldn't have changed the play.
Even though that was called before the ball had landed?
Yes, once the ball's been struck.
Ah.
Let me see. It's about whether it hinders you or not. If that happens a second time, she just automatically loses a point. You only get one opportunity to have bits and pieces fall off.
Or ball comes out of your pocket. It's happened to Andy Murray a few times, I think, the Australian Open.
Yeah.
So Barnett at 40-30.
Final set.
Christie getting caught out there with the body serve, just didn't move at all, didn't even try and lean out of the way of the ball in one direction, and then just caught it very close to her body and it shot away. Katie Bolter possibly considering warming up once again. Kjothavong doesn't look too warm.
She looks wrapped up for winter here, doesn't she? It has been really fresh this week, it has to be said, and that breeze is coming down from the north, which always brings the coldest air. So, yeah, if you're not out on court, you've got to be well wrapped up. Just going wide. Now, what's this thing about hearing calls? If you haven't heard your opponent call, and in that case it was a fault, so it wasn't like it was stopping you playing in a rally, what's the issue?
Second serve.
Well, I mean, it's courtesy to call the ball loudly so that everybody can hear. But it's much more common, especially when you're playing sort of practice sets. You just kind of point.
Ooh, no.
15,
Because
30.
the assumption is that 99 shots out of 100, both players know whether the ball is in or out. It's just on the close one. So I'd just like to see, like, you know, look, you can point when it's clearly wide or whatever, but anything that's remotely close, just say it so that your opponent knows. It's just, as I say, it's just out of courtesy, really. It's not a hard and fast rule.
You can quite often feel off your own racket, certainly if you've hit it long. It's just that your willpower says, I really wanted that to be in. Yeah, some really good hitting there. And again, mixing up the play a bit, changing the pace, taking the pace off the ball from Freya Christie. Oh, good wide serve from Christie. Sets up game point.
Christie leads 4 games to 3.
That's much better serving there from Christie. Just opening up, finding her spots a bit better, getting herself a couple of cheap points.
Just going back to the line calling. The what are line judges taught to call out? So it just seems like it's a yelp. It's an extraordinary noise. Sometimes you hear it, you know, at the Grand Slam events. You get some extraordinary calls from line judges.
I would have
extraordinary
to check.
noises.
I have to check with an umpire, but it's either out or fault.
Or bleh.
Well, sometimes it's, you know, they just get overexcited that it's their turn to call when there's lots of them, and it's just noise, just anything, just to signal as quickly as possible, I suppose.
Yeah, Annabelle Croft and I, when we were covering some of the Grand Slams, would be in hysterics with some of the line calls. Would try and force our producer to put together a little compilation tape of ridiculous line calls. He didn't seem ever at all interested. We thought it was a rather fun idea.
Well, the most annoying is when it's not that loud.
Well, quite.
So if it's too loud,
as
it's
we get
fine.
here. Yeah, yes. You can hear a little titter from the crowd sometimes when you get a rather over-exaggerated yelp. So, Alicia Barnett then serving at 3-4 final set. Nicely put away.
We're seeing more winners coming in now. I mentioned that the points have got shorter. A lot of that is to do with the lack of depth we're seeing. That was a short return from Christie, so it's far easier to hit the winner in the first set. Both players were hitting with great depth, very consistently. I mean, it was just kind of impossible to really get the ball past the opponent. And that is a big contributing factor to the shorter points, that and then the increased unforced errors as well. It's an ambitious shot from Christie. I mean, she was looking so good again. I keep going back to this on the forehand slice. I like it as a mix-up, but I think she's just going to it too much. She looked so good moving to that forehand. It looked effortless. She was getting great strikes out in the corner. It just would have been one more of those. And so to kind of bail out and go for that drop shot when she was in no position to do so, really. Again, it was that first forehand slice, and she decided to do that at that time because the ball was low. And if you want to come over the top of the ball, you've got to really get down low. And it's not necessarily a strength of Christie. She can do it, but it's just not comfortable. It's not easy to do. But sometimes you've got to work that a little bit harder to deliver that better shot.
How comfortable or otherwise is Barnett coming into the net? I feel if she was a little more confident in it, she might just be having a little more authority on those shots.
Yeah, her positioning hasn't been perfect when she's come forward, so there has pretty much always been a sizable gap available for Christie to pass.
Oh, that's more like it from Christie. Good, solid hitting, quite a short but angled return off the serve. Do you think the fact that these two play a lot of doubles makes them more rounded players in terms of playing, having a complete game?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a totally different game playing doubles, but of course you're going to be playing far more volleys. You just get comfortable moving forward.
Game Barnet. 4 games all, final set.
Barnett particularly really just suits her game style because she plays so far up the court inside the baseline, regardless of what's coming at her from the other end. She's always in a position to scamper up to the net.
Well played.
15.
See, that time, that looked like that was her intent, was to play the ball long, move in swiftly, put away the winner.
15 all.
Mm-hmm.
30-15.
That's a nice move forward there from Christie. It does look like she's just opening up more on the serve, giving herself some room to come forward, keep the points shorter. Burrage and Bolter looking nice and relaxed.
Mm-hmm. Both through, of course, to that semi-final. Well,
30 all.
Alicia Barnett really charging in after that return.
Yeah, and she should just keep coming to the net because Christie's passing shots have gone completely awry now. She's panicking. She's not finding the spots. There are gaps available. She has options. She's gone to the lob a lot. It was effective for a while, but now she's lost the feel on that as well. If in doubt, with a big stroke like Christie, in this situation, she's missed a few. Just nail it straight at the volleyer. Over the lowest part of the net, biggest part of the court. Risk of missing is very low. Just hope that your pace will be too much for them to handle.
Oh dear, she should have done better with that. Nice clean striking from Barnett though.
Yeah, the backhand slice from Christie was excellent. Stayed down so low, really did set up the point. She had a nice short forehand and a space to hit into, but she just totally lost her balance on that last shot. Was really in the wrong position. Barnett, of course, as expected, making a lot of balls in this game.
Indeed, and she has a break point again on the Christie serve. And that ball just rolling into danger area. Slightly interrupts your rhythm, doesn't it? Between first and second serve, having to go and retrieve a ball from the back of the court. So second serve, 30-40.
Net second serve. Game Barnett.
Well, that second serve
Barnett
pretty
leads
much
5-4, final set.
punished by Barnett, who takes a 5-4 lead. A really, really useful break for her. Barnett is going to be serving for this match.
Yes, he just really has been the far more consistent player out on the court. I'd say that the best tennis that we've seen in this match has come from Christie, but it just has not been sustainable for her today. It's just been too up and down, and she's kind of fighting with herself as well as having to fight against Barnett at the other end of the court. And I think Barnett did really well to settle into the pace from Christie. Has worked incredibly hard, has had a very clear game plan, is looking really good when she's up inside the baseline, coming forward, putting the pressure on, keeps asking the questions, saying, go on then, pass me. Christie really struggling to do that at the moment.
And in terms of Christie's drop off from that second set, the start of the second set onwards, just lapse in concentration, is it?
Well, it was a lapse in concentration at the beginning of the second set. She got the concentration back, but it's very difficult. Once you've lost your range, you've missed for a while, with those unforced errors coming in, it's hard just to snap back into how you're playing in the first set. And that's what we've seen, is her struggling to regain that form. And we've seen flashes of it, but it just has not been consistent enough. What she did in the first set was good enough, absolutely. I mean, she won it 6-2. I don't feel like Barnett is playing dramatically better.
So serving for the match. Oh, lovely.
Really like that backhand down the line that she plays. It goes straight as you like. She stays down so low, and look at the attention to detail around the ball. Just a couple of little adjusting steps at the very last second here, just to make sure she's perfect. She can deliver the shot she wants.
Yeah, at this stage of the match, you could almost forgive her for not making those little adjustments. Called wide. Really going for the lines, both players. Barnett successfully, though.
Yeah, that was just the wrong shot for Christie to open up on. I think getting a bit frustrated in that rally. She has become a bit too passive in a number of areas as the match has progressed. Talked about her going to the slice a little too early. Again, just trying to out-rally Barnett, which is a really difficult thing to do. She is so solid.
Oh, would you look at this? Alicia Barnett, having lost that first set 6-2. Saw a 4-1 lead in the second, slip away, but managed to clinch that second set, take it to the decider, has now set up for herself 3 match points. No.
Second match, Barnet. By 2-1. 2-6, 7-6, 6-4.
Well, that is tremendous effort from Alicia Barnett. I think she deserves that entirely, just for staying in the match, for asking those questions, as you said, of her opponent. And Alicia Barnett comes through there to win, and win the group with it. Both players through to the semi-final, but Alicia Barnett tops the group, and she will play the second place player in the other group in tomorrow's semi-final.
Yeah, a really strong performance from Barnett. She just didn't flinch all the way through, even losing that first set 6-2. I'm sure she was having a chat with herself after that, just reinforcing that actually it did feel so much closer than that score. It wasn't like she was overwhelmed by Christie's pace. She had an awful lot to give in that match, and she consistently delivered. Really great work from the back of the court, extending the rallies when she needed to. Kept that aggressive mindset and aggressive positioning, and actually through sets 2 and 3, she was further up the court on the whole than Christie was, and that is not a happy position for Christie to be in, because she always wants to be the player dictating. So disappointing for Christie that she couldn't keep her level where it was in that first set. Barnett will be thrilled with that result. And she's chatting to Rob.
Alicia, many congratulations. You've had some very tough matches this week. Yet another one going through to a deciding set. Are you surprised at how you managed to claw that back, having seen that first set slip away?
I mean, yeah, my energy was a bit low in the first set, and I think I was focusing on how she'd had a day off a little bit too much, and she only had doubles, and so I really had to like get the energy going and really fight to stay in the points and just try and like make them a little bit shorter, because the first set I just felt like I was running a lot.
You were already through to the semi-finals anyway. Had you lost this match, you'd still be playing again tomorrow.
Yeah.
How much though did you still want the win?
Every time I step on court I want to win, so every point I was trying my hardest, and yeah, it was a good match, and I'm glad I pulled through.
Yeah, you certainly made Freya work very, very hard, and even having taken that 4-1 lead in the second set, Freya came back into it, but you still managed to get through, and just your determination, the grit and determination with some pretty good play too, has seen you through.
Yeah, I think that's always been one of my positives. Like I always want to get the most out of myself and really work hard, and sometimes that is to my detriment. I do get a little bit uptight and stressed. So today was all about trying to stay positive and just trying to like stay a little bit looser, because there wasn't as much on the line, but I still did want to win. So and I wanted to win the right way. So yeah, it was a good match.
So you've got doubles later on this evening, you've got semi-finals to play tomorrow. How are you going to prepare in between matches?
I'll see the massage therapist, so she's really good, Verena, and just stretch and eat a lot, and hopefully Olivia, my doubles partner, is ready to run around a lot.
Yeah, she had a shorter game earlier on.
Yeah, she won?
She lost.
Oh, no. It's okay, she was through to the semis anyway, so.
Yeah, indeed.
But yeah, it will be good fun. I love being on the doubles court, so regardless, we'll bring the energy, yeah.
Well, very well played today. Thanks for giving us a super game of tennis, and go and freshen up for your doubles later.
Thanks.
Well played.
Cheers. Thank you.
Well, welcome back. Time for the second of our final round-robin group games. This in the Anne Kearthavon group. Got Jodie Burrage on the left of shot there against Katie Bolter. This should be a terrific match. Burrage has been on tremendous form recently. Won, I think it's something like 13 out of 12 matches she's played just in the last 2 weeks. For Katie Bolter, it's a totally different story. She came back from injury to play a few tournaments at the start of the year. Was out in Indian Wells when everything was halted, of course, for the COVID crisis, and hadn't played a game or match since then before coming here. So this is just her third match since March. But for this girl in our shot now, Jodie Burrage has shown some tremendous form. She's won the event down in St George's Hill. She's had some great wins there. She got through to the final in the first week of the British Tour. That was the only match she lost to Emma Raducanu, just 21 years old. Currently ranks at 289 in the world. Career high is 233. You'd expect her to surpass that, you would hope, before too long. She plays a super brand of tennis as well, Jodie Burrage. Lives in the area, born in Kingston in Surrey. Works with David Felgate at the junior tennis coaching. And here is Katie Bolter. Great to see her back again after she suffered that back injury in the Fed Cup tie against Kazakhstan back in April last year. A stress fracture of the back. Took her a long time to come back from that. Missed out on a lot of tennis, so her ranking now down at a very unrealistic 372. She'd broken into the top 100 towards the end of 2018 and got up to 82 in the world. Plays off a protected ranking now of 85, which helps her to at least get into other tournaments. But yes, hasn't had that match play and will be tested to the full in this match here this afternoon, Naomi.
Yeah, that's the big difference really, isn't it? And that makes a huge difference when it comes to performances, because if both of these players were match tight and off and running and we were mid-season, you'd be saying Bolter is the heavy favourite for this match. But as you say, Burrage has been getting the job done. It's been a long layoff for Bolter, so she really is feeling her way back into the tournament. I felt the first match was quite tentative from her, but completely to be expected. But she did improve. She has been improving through the week. So I don't think this will be necessarily as comfortable for Bolter as people might expect, given the difference in experience between the two of them. But I would still just slightly lean towards her in terms of being the favourite, just having that bit more experience. She does have some matches under her belt now, so she is kind of off and running.
Yeah, and Jodie Burrage had a fair share of injuries, didn't she? Last year had 3 ankle operations, snapped ligaments, 2 in her right leg, 1 in her left. It's a cruel old sport, tennis. Sometimes you can see she wears ankle strappings, but she has really, as I say, had a terrific run over the past couple of weeks, and that would have given her so much confidence and belief in her game.
Yeah, absolutely. She's ready to go, I think, in terms of getting back out there, but unfortunately the tour isn't necessarily ready, and the circuit very much not, because that will be picking up. It's supposed to pick up at around the similar time, but there are lots of difficulties with that, which I'm sure we'll get into as the match progresses. But for Burrage, it has been frustrating with the injuries, like it has been for Bolter. I mean, that was the second long layoff for Bolter. She was ill with chronic fatigue when she was a bit younger, and she had a full year out then as well. So she's used to it, used to coming back as well. And for Burrage, again, having so many surgeries at such a young age, very frustrating. Not what you would expect to happen, but it's part of the game.
And we've got a bit of blue sky opening up here for this second game. Hopefully this is a real turn now in the weather as we head back towards summer again. It should be more summery towards the end of this week and into the weekend. It's really been, the conditions have really been very strange here. It's been very, very cool. That northerly breeze coming through. The breeze also making it very difficult for players as well As you look at Burrage here, strengths and weaknesses of the game?
Well, she likes to strike the ball, that's for sure. Very tidy player, I'd say, you know, fairly all-round sort of balanced baseliner. I wouldn't necessarily put her in the camp of being a very aggressive baseliner because she doesn't possess huge amounts of pace. She absolutely can punish the ball and she will hit winners. But, for example, we were just watching Christie, who I think tends to be a little more aggressive with her strike. But for Burrage, she's really improved her movement and her patience over the enforced off-season that we've had, the enforced break. And that has been really showing, I think, in these events that she's been playing. So she really does have a lot to offer. She's been really knocking on the door, career high ranking, inside 250, up about 230.
233 is a high, yeah.
And I think that if she can get a long run at it without getting injured, then she can look to push past that into the top 200. And once you get there, then that opens up a huge amount of doors.
And for Bolter?
Well, for Bolter, I think for me, her biggest strength is that serve. Tremendous amount of pop on it. Really good placement, and it's very, very difficult to read. She really has got that down nicely, gets herself a lot of cheap points. So she'll be looking to really capitalise on that today. Absolutely, her strike off both wings is... Both sides are very much strengths. Movement has always been something that's maybe been catching up with the rest of her game, but it has consistently improved over the years.
Yeah, she's played some big matches as well in her time. She took Svitolina to task, didn't she, at the Australian Open earlier on this year?
Yeah, that was a great match, that, actually. She used her protected ranking to get into the Australian swing. Didn't manage to get any wins on the board, which is always a shame when you use one of those valuable tournaments as your protected ranking, but put in a good showing.
So here we go. Bolter won the toss, is elected to receive. Burrage to get us underway.
Love 15.
Jodie's got some good pop on her serve as well. In comparison to the last match that we watched from the other group between Christie and Barnett, I think this one will have far shorter points. Both like the points to be nice and short. And they both have weapons to be able to make sure that happens.
Yeah, unlike their the previous match with Christie and Barnett, who had very long matches ahead of them, behind them rather, in the previous matches. These two have come through fairly comfortably
40-15
in their two previous round-robin matches against Alice Gillen and Emily Arbuthnot. So this will be the first really big test for these two this week.
40-30.
Players always apologise, don't they, when they get a net cord? Secretly very pleased.
Net for serve.
A little bit of a miss hit there, but just found its way to the baseline.
just as they go on a ball hunt. I'll just bring you up to date with the match between the other two players in this group, actually. Emily Arbuthnot coming through from a set down to beat Alice Gillan, 7-5 in the third. Oh!
Just didn't quite get hold of that short forehand, Bolter. Again, just a fraction of a miss hit gave Burrage the time to chase it down, and because she was so far out to the left in the court, she had a lot of ground to cover and didn't quite do it.
Oh, that's the second time in this opening game that Bolter has had the assistance of the net cord. A wry smile from Jodie Burrage.
Super return there from Bolter. You could see her lining up for it. That second serve did not have much bite on it from Burrage. And such a clean return right back at the server. It's always pretty successful if you can really tuck them up underneath their feet.
First game.
So Bolter gets the break. Currently coached by Jeremy Bates, who's sitting up not far from us, alongside David Felgate, who's coaching Jodie Burrage. And of course, they'll know each other pretty well down the years.
Yeah, they're good friends. Dave and Jeremy always look to each other for advice, chats, work together on a number of players. Colin Beecher also alongside, member of the JTC team.
It's a terrific setup there, isn't it? And there is Batesy. Still looks as young as he did in those old Wimbledon replays we saw a couple of weeks ago from his days playing at the top of his game back in the 80s. Grand Slam champion, isn't he, with Joe Dura?
Oh, yeah.
In the mixed. Oh, no. A little overzealous on that forehand from Jodie Burrage.
That's the right sort of play, though. Really nice setup to get to that stage in the point, but just don't think she was convinced on what she was doing on that final shot. Didn't really lean through it. Just lacking the conviction.
Well, that is the ultimate in cruelty, isn't it? She's toying with her opponent there. Look at the depth on that shot.
Well, Burrage thought the drop shot might be on, but she was charging across to cover the cross court. Just couldn't quite change direction in time. This is a great start for Bolter. looking nice and clean from the back of the court. At the beginning of the week, the serve was excellent, but the backcourt game, she was just struggling a bit. That's why these players really want to play these matches. Get all of that out of your system, find your range again, so that when the tour kicks off once again, you are ready to go. Won't be caught on the back foot.
Oh.
40 love. Forty 15. Forty 30.
Good deep second serve from Bolter.
Game, Bolter. Bolter leads.
That's
Bolter
nice
game,
serving.
love, first set.
Just see that pop on the serve. Actually, Bolter doesn't necessarily need to be that precise with where her serve ends up going, because she just does have so much pace, and there it was actually fairly in the slot, but still Burrage was late to meet the ball, finding it difficult to time.
So Burrage at love 2.
Love.
The winner of this match, just a reminder, in the semi-finals will play the loser of the previous match. So Freya Christie, beaten by Alicia Barnett in the previous match. You just come in, that amazing 3-setter, really went the distance.
She's not happy with that error. You can understand why. It's a bit of a short return from Bolter right down the middle of the court. Burrage had some space to play with, just needed to maybe take an extra step up the court, just really get on that shot and punish Bolter for a return that wasn't quite good enough.
$15-30.
Loose from Burrage at the moment. Cool.
30-0.
Trying to inject a little pace into that. Slide over hit.
Yeah, she moved early, didn't she? Trying to be really aggressive, but there was a little bit of kick on there from Burrage, so it just jumped up to her.
30-40.
Yeah, she's got to get these errors under control. And you can see the dilemma, because if she drops it short, then Bolter's got the strike and is leaning on it. And that's just, it's just about assessing what is required of you. We mentioned that Bolter has more experience and can play to a higher level. And then it's about finding that in yourself. Burrage needs to play consistently, and she needs to have really good quality on her ball.
Oh, shame.
Game, Bolter. Bolter leads by 3 games to love for set.
Well, she put her opponent on the run, Burrage, but it didn't pay off in the end.
Yeah, that final shot, she just slowed down, pretty much stopped by the time she got to the backhand volley. You've got to keep that body momentum going through the back of it, because you don't want to have a big swing on your volley, because you want to keep the control. You just want to punch through the back of it. So you need the momentum in your speed through the back of the ball to really get that punch on it. And she ended up kind of slowing down and then just jabbing at it with her arms. So yeah, all sorts wrong with that one.
First time I've seen her look anything other than very confident, actually, Jodie Burrage. She's really looked in control and in charge in her previous matches. Obviously different level of opponent. How much does that sort of get into her head that she's got someone like Katie Bolter with all the experience that she's had on the other side of the net? Yeah,
it's very different. She looks like she's not clear on her game style, or if she is clear on her game style, she's not confident that she can deliver it for the moment. So she's going to need to try and find a way to force herself into this match.
I think there's just a little bit of ball retrieval underway at the moment here. Spent much of her time in lockdown, stuck, I use the word in inverted commas, in Cornwall with her boyfriend, Jodie Burrage. What a lovely place to get stuck.
Yeah, it's not bad, is it?
So Bolter serving at 3-love.
It's a lovely return from Burrage there. Body serve just not quite swinging enough. Burrage able to just lean out of the way and put it on the inside in.
We've seen the drive volley a lot from Katie Bolter this week. I'd say she's had a 90% success rate with it. Nice wide serve from Katie Bolter.
Yeah, it is one of the differences, I think, when you move up the rankings. Lots improves, I suppose, depending on the ranking of play that you're playing against. But Bolter, being in the top 100, used to playing players of that level. They will much less frequently defend with any height. They tend to defend a lot less. They get behind the ball a little bit better. And then if they are forced into those more defensive positions, tend to keep it low, a bit more counter-punching. And Burrage, who has not been up at that level or competed at that level, I mean, she's not too far away, but it is a level or two down in terms of just outside 200. Be much more likely to do that. So Bolter will have more opportunities in an event like this to take on the drive volley.
Also the confidence at which she hits those ground strokes too. You can see how comfortable she is with it. Doesn't matter that the height, that it's only sort of at ankle height. She plays it back with some ease. (40-15), 3-love. Oh! Took a couple of steps in and a big swing. I think she almost had too much time on that. Great shot from Bolter. She really does hit those angles to perfection, doesn't she?
Yeah, maximising the long levers that she's got, leaning through with the shoulders.
It's looking a bit ugly on the scoreboard for Jodie Burrage. She knows she's through to the semi-finals, but she'll want to acquit herself well in this match. Really was a bit loose. Not sure what shot to play there, bit short on ideas, perhaps.
No, it's the right shot. It was just didn't need to be that good. She was trying to hit a winner, but Bolter's been moving really well. She's been anticipating nicely as well, so it's pretty tough to just decide to do that when Bolter's in the middle of the court. So she just went for a bit too much.
Oh, well played. That was Katie Bolter talking to herself, I think. It wasn't too bad, the execution, was it?
Oh, I thought it was fairly high.
Did you?
There's quite a lot of time for Burrage to... You can see Burrage lost her balance at the beginning. We heard the racket tap the ground. So, yeah. I mean, if your racket's hitting the ground, you're not moving very quickly. So, yeah, she was a little slow off the mark. But, yeah, Bolter would like a little more feel on that one.
Yeah, difficult, that ball toss for the right-handed server at that far end, going straight into this now bright sunshine.
30-15.
That's just too good. Return right onto the baseline and then the follow-up shot onto the sideline. Not many people can do much about that.
No, I was just going to ask you, how do you cope with that when it's coming back with such precision and pace?
Well, if they're just hitting lines, there isn't an awful much, a lot you can do.
Oh, whoa.
40-30.
Was there something on that serve from Burrage that caused a miss hit?
Just a bit of a miss hit from Bolter, getting that a little bit wrong.
So, Burrage with a chance here to get onto the scoreboard at 40-30.
Game. Burrage. Bolter leads before games to 1 first set.
Well, that's a nice little confidence-boosting hold for Jodie Burrage.
Yeah, much needed. Little laugh between her and Coach David Felgate, probably thinking, finally, she missed a couple. Because there were a couple of loose shots in that game. But Bolter has been pretty stingy so far and has been playing at a really high level. It's all very well having your tactics sorted, you know what you're going to try and do, but sometimes the match starts and it's just totally different. You always feel like you're going to be able to work your way in, but this has been Bolter right on it from the start, and Burrage has got to lift her level quickly.
Yes, interesting, isn't it? You're watching the senior partner here, as it were, in Jodie Burrage. Everything she does just seems to have a little more confidence than Jodie Burrage's.
Yeah, and that's what comes with experience. It's just knowing that you've done this to a higher level. You know, even something like playing Svitolina, for example, at the beginning of the year, something simple as that. You know, in a match like this, if you're playing against somebody who's, say, making a lot of balls, you can say, come on, don't worry about that. You play Svitolina at the beginning, it can't be as good as that. You know, when there's that big difference.
So Burrage serving, Bolter serving at 4-1. Had a 50-50 chance getting that right.
Oof, got away with that. That was three very short shots from Burrage in a row. Bolter just a little slow up to the final shot.
No.
Oh, it's a super shot on the run from Jodie Burrage.
15-30.
Perhaps Bolter a little bit kind on those two approach shots.
Yeah, just didn't quite get the cushion on that volley, did she? She either needed more angles so that Burrage would have to do some hurdling to get a racket on the shot, or just much, much softer, so she had to sprint further forwards.
Ooh,
15-40.
that almost deserved to be punished.
Yeah, doing well to live with the pace there, Burrage. There's a lot less width in that point. It was quite a central hitting shot, so just showing that she's comfortable in those positions, but it's been when Burrage has been pulled into the corners, trying to deal with the strike from Bolter with the width or the depth is what has been tricky.
Burrage. Bolter leads before games to 2 first set.
Well, that's a nice little break for Jodie Burrage.
And after a very clean start from Bolter, a few more unforced errors coming in. Burrage just tidying up hers, so a little shift in momentum, but Bolter still with a significant advantage.
Burrage can hold here, though. Chance to just close this gap a little bit, serving at 2-4. Yeah, she kind of fell onto that.
Love.
Well played.
30 love.
Very assertive from Burrage. Coming in and playing the volley behind Katie Bolter. Perfectly in position for that. Playing with a little bit more confidence again now. At 30 love 2-4.
40 love.
Playing with a lot more confidence now. Nice serve out wide for the ace. All the balls are up the wrong end of the court. So from 4 love down, Burrage with a chance here of narrowing this to a single game gap.
Burrage.
Finishes with an ace.
Bolter leads before games to 3 first set.
Well, it must feel much nicer for Burrage, and a little more confidence to her game will free her up a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking much more assertive. We talked about the lack of conviction in what she was doing over the first few games, but seems like she's got that under control now, seems much more comfortable on the ball. She has been helped a little bit with the unforced errors from Bolter, which is always very nice to receive. But I think it was a 3 love, or love 3, where Bolter was kind of laughing with her coach, David Felgate, because she just wasn't getting anything from Bolter. She was hitting lines. It was just a very, very slick start to the match. And it's the sort of thing where you feel kind of like, wow, look, if she carries on like that for the whole match, then too good. There's just not really much you can do about it. But she has dropped her level just a touch, allowed Burrage in, and Burrage done a good job of taking that opportunity.
Time.
We're talking about what tournaments may lie ahead for the likes of Jodie Burrage once this series of events here at the NTC draws to a close. It's going to be difficult, isn't it, to get into a lot of these?
Yeah, because there will be some challenges on, but to be far less than there normally are. So it'll be difficult to get in, of course, because everybody will want to play. The ones that are available, might be the situation where you have to come through qualifying, so you've got to be in places a lot longer.
Not sure what Bolter is setting up to do, what her plans are. I will speak
Well,
to...
she can still use her protected ranking.
Yeah.
She's got some tournaments left on that, so I'm sure she will be picking that wisely. She can either enter with her actual ranking, which is in the 300s, or her protected, which is inside the top 100.
And you're allowed 9 tournaments, is it, to use your protective ranking?
Yeah, 9 tournaments over a 12-month period. Only one of them is allowed to be a Grand Slam. Actually, no, I think it's 9 plus a Grand Slam.
Mm-hmm. Yes, because the tournament's coming up. As we said earlier, Joe Conter is going to go to the Palermo Open early in August, which is a clay event. And then we've got Prague, which is another WTA event, also on clay.
Yep.
And the problem you then have is, should the American swing go ahead, you're back onto hard courts again, and then before the clay comes back in September. What do players do? It's a difficult one, isn't it?
Well, it's their decision, which doesn't sit comfortably with an awful lot of players. They quite like being told what to do. So I think a lot of players are kind of, they're talking about, well, you know, tournaments just shouldn't go ahead because they almost feel like if tournaments are going ahead, they have to be there. They have to go and compete. A much more simple game there for Bolter. Very welcome, I'm sure. But actually, they've changed the rankings now that it's going to be over a much longer rolling period rather than the 12-month one. So you can, say, not go to the US Open and you won't get penalised for it, or to Roland Garros, you can use last year's points for sort of one more year if that is a situation. So, you know, they're putting out conditions and trying to help the players and saying, look, you can make the decision. You know, we believe that the tournament is going to be safe and run in the safest possible way, but you can totally understand players not being comfortable, not wanting to go, and you don't want them to feel like they have to be there.
It's this tournament here, but all these tournaments being staged over these weeks, being of course very strictly controlled within the COVID-19 regulations, as it's absolutely right. Oh. Burrage will be a little bit disappointed with that one.
And the WTA did follow suit with the ATP in terms of the new situation for rankings. Yeah. Now it's a 22-month period, I think, that results can be used for. As 18 tournaments count in the men's, 16 in the women's, but that's how it always is. It's not different. Just one of the small differences we have between the two tours.
Soon to become one? There's been an awful lot of talk about it, hasn't there?
Oh, I don't know about that.
Oh, Jody, Jody, Jody. You had everywhere, anywhere you could have hit that.
So that's the problem. When you slow down the body through the back of the volley, you have to take a much bigger swing and you can lose all control on the ball. So she wanted to keep her body moving through the back of that quicker so that she didn't have to swing, or could have just gone with a big, big drive volley to get some spin on the ball to control it that way.
Yeah, nothing looked right, actually, by the time she connected with it, did she? Oh, that's horrid for her. Should really be 15 all. It's love 30.
15-30.
Good serve. Good way to come back. Yeah, Roger and Serena seem quite keen on the idea of a merger.
If only it were up to them. They are not decision makers, I can tell you that. They definitely have influence. No, through this period, particularly through this crisis for the sport and for the world, they absolutely have worked together incredibly well. The relationship between the WTA and ATP is, I think it's closer than ever. Does that mean it becomes one? I don't think so. I think we're a fair way away from that.
Because aside from these two events in August, Palermo and Prague, these WTA events, pretty much everything after that are joint events.
Yes.
Certainly up to October.
Super return.
30-40.
See, Burrage thought she'd hit a really good serve, and she kind of stayed inside the baseline thinking, I'm going to lean on this next shot, I'm going to get a big strike in, and she was almost behind her. Landed pretty much on the baseline. Was not expecting it.
So that brings up break point and set point for Katie Bolter.
Game. For set. Bolter.
So 6-3, Bolter takes that first set. And Jodie Burrage has gone off on a little bit of a rant to herself. Could have perhaps done a little bit better in that service game. But we've seen signs from Burrage. When the confidence is there, the shot making is better. Because she can play a super game, we know that. We've seen that before.
Yeah, absolutely. She's got a lot to like about the game, a lot to work with. Stuff for David Felgate to get stuck into. Plenty of weapons. The movement's dramatically improved as well. It's really, to be honest, I think the last little bit for her so that she can propel herself into the Grand Slam qualifying, start really competing at a very high level, is just about how she's using it and how she's pulling it all together.
I mean, matches like this would be hugely valuable for her, wouldn't they?
Yeah, because you can just, it's one of those things where just a couple of decisions here and there is what loses you the set, and you want to get so slick at those decisions when you're trying to make them on the court. You don't have much time. You need to be confident in them. You don't want to be hesitant in any way.
These two know each other's games inside out, and they practice a lot together, don't they? So I don't know how difficult that makes it in terms of when you come up against each other in a match situation.
Yeah, of course, they know each other well. That is for sure. I suppose they just know exactly what they're going to get on the court. Burrage is well aware of what Bolter does well, and vice versa. So just nothing really is too much of a surprise.
So Bolter to get the second set underway.
Second set. Bolter to serve.
The winner will top the Anne Kierthavon group. Oh, that one came right into the legs of Jodie Burrage. She did quite well to dig that one out.
Yeah, just needing to be a little bit sharper with the movement. The reactive speed is just lacking a little bit from Burrage with this sort of pace coming at her. You can see she got all tied up on the final shot there. It came right into her body. Yeah, there are two types of speed that you need really in tennis. You need the reactive speed and also the chasing speed. So once you're up above a couple of steps, you need to be able to turn the wheels quickly, chase things down. But the reactive speed in the women's game is far, far more important.
Why is that?
Tend to hit it harder. Tends to come back a lot quicker, play much closer to the baseline. You have a lot less time to react, and it comes through flat. Men play with, in general, play with a lot more shape on the ball, a lot more spin, a lot more rip, bounces up higher. They play much, much further back in the court as well, so they do have a bit more time.
Yeah, that
30-15.
certainly looked wide. Now, talking about the men's game, I really ought to put it to you, having asked you about who you thought might have been contesting the Wimbledon women's final, ladies' final. What are your thoughts on who might have been there on Sunday past? Take your time.
It's slightly easier with the men's game, isn't it? There's a smaller group to choose from.
Going Novak?
Yeah.
Who would he have been playing there? That's the bigger question, isn't it? Well played, Jody Burrage.
30-all.
Well, it wouldn't have been Federer because he popped off to have a minor surgery.
Yeah, perfect timing.
So would it have been Rafa?
No.
Oh, okay. Sorry. What a stupid suggestion that was from me. How could I possibly put forward a multiple Wimbledon champion as a potential finalist? Loved your conviction with which you said that. No, what are you talking about? All right, who would it have been then?
Well, do you know, I think we might have seen a bit of an outsider coming through.
Oh, they've been saying that for years.
No, do you know who I think might have done well at Wimbledon this year? Shoot me down in flames in a moment. Oh yes, Jody Burrage. Much better play from her.
30-40.
That's a couple of beautiful points from her.
Yeah, really nice on that angle. Nice soft hands. Really coming around the outside. That was a difficult backhand to play.
Very difficult. That's really nice for Burrage. Gives her a break point on the ball to serve.
Game, Burrage.
A bit of frustration
Second set.
giving into Katie Bolter's game, but I think she earned that, Burrage. I thought she played a beautiful couple of points to get the break in this opening game of the second set.
Yeah, it's just really all about sustaining that level now for Burrage. We've seen flashes of it, strung it together nicely there for that game. It's just, if it's there all the time, we can have a real match on our hands here. I know who you're going to say.
Go on.
Tsitsipas.
No.
No way.
It did cross my mind. Of course it did.
Of course it did.
Yeah.
Who then?
Well, I think Daniel Medvedev might come good soon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's all right.
I think he's okay.
Do you think at Wimbledon would be his one?
I do.
Not on the hard or clay?
No, I think he's got the game. I think he has.
Interesting.
I know. I mean, just thought I'd go for something a little unusual. I never saw the draw, of course. That would have had an impact on that shout.
Would he have won?
No. No. What are you thinking then? Tsitsipas, Djokovic, Wimbledon final would be a corker though, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that be a treat?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Djokovic would win.
Of course. Tsitsipas would keep it entertaining though, wouldn't he? Well, long, I think.
30 love.
Bolter wasn't sure about it. It might have just skidded off the back of the line. Still not sure. I'm going to glance back to the mark.
Oh, that's a lovely shot.
40 love.
Just looked effortless off that backhand wing from Burrage. Really liked the way she just stayed down on it, kept her head over the ball. Little bit of a slow recovery from Bolter there. So there was a gap available.
Really took it beautifully early. Beautiful shot from Burrage.
Burrage. You balls, please.
here we go again. It's similar to what we saw in the previous match between Freya Christie and Alicia Barnett. Christie taking their first set pretty comfortably. And then Barnett stormed back at the certainly at the earlier stages of that second set. That match, by the way, lasted for 2 3/4 hours. 2 hours 47 minutes. I think the longest match of the tournament so far.
That was a long battle.
So Bolter serving a set to the good, but trailing 2-love in this second set. Be interesting to see whether Rafa does decide to play the US Open, if it indeed does go ahead. He's only one Grand Slam away from tying with Roger Federer at 20, isn't he?
Yeah.
When a few years ago, not sure you'd have seen that coming.
It looked like it was miles off. And then also throwing into the mix that Federer's still playing at a high level and making Grand Slam finals. So if you'd have said that, I mean, just absolutely extraordinary. But I think if I was part of Rafa's team, which I'm very much not, I would probably say skipping it might be his best bet of catching Roger, if that is the ultimate aim. Focus on Roland Garros, turn up ready for that. I notice he is training on clay.
That's a nice shot from Bolter, just getting back into the groove a little bit. And I think he should be thinking about bringing Naomi Cavaday onto his team. See what new ideas that might put his way.
I think he might have his team sorted by now.
Oh, KTB.
15,
No. And then on the other side of things, of course, you got Serena, who's just won off Margaret Court's 24.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything.
Why not?
Because Margaret Court's record isn't a record.
Oh, you're in that camp, are you?
It's not. There are no camps. It's ridiculous. You can't count tournaments where a lot of people weren't allowed to play. It was a closed event. It wasn't part of the Open era. Counting loads of her Australian Opens when only Australians could play. It's ridiculous. That's just winning nationals.
Good shot again from Burrage, who is really finding her range here. Look at this. We've got a 3-game love lead to Jodie Burrage.
Really great striking, particularly off that backhand wing. It's such a nice shot. You see how tidy it is. It's natural. That is a shot that does not need much technical work whatsoever. But yeah, come on, you can't be telling me that that is a legitimate record. I think actually Brits were able to play in those tournaments as well, but come on, it's a couple of nations. It wasn't open to all players. So that's why we call it in the Open era. And in the Open era, Serena has won more slams by anyone else by a country mile.
So she's already done it.
Yeah.
She's got nothing left to. But that number still sits there. That number 24 is still there on the record books, isn't it? She'll pass it. She's still got time.
Well,
and then this conversation need never happen again.
I know. It shouldn't be happening anyway, but...
Where was the first ever Open era tournament? 1968.
Oh, that I don't know.
In the world.
Well, I gathered that.
Obviously. Well, I only say that because when I give my answer, you would say, what in the world? Stand by.
Love 15.
I don't have an answer. I mean, I could... Bournemouth.
West Hants Club, Bournemouth.
It's a great club, that.
Isn't it?
Oh,
Fabulous club.
what a facility.
Yeah. It was the British Hardcourt Championships.
Do you know who won?
Virginia won the women's.
Of course she did.
as an amateur, so couldn't take home any prize money. She beat Winnie somebody. Wish I could remember. And Rod Laver is in the final of the men's, I think beaten by not John Newcomb.
Love 30.
Bolter really trying to urge herself on here, getting more positive, more vocal. I think she feels like her intensity's just dropped a fraction. Well, up until this point, she has been pushed around by Burrage in this set. Good striking there from Bolter. You just see Burrage didn't have to move fast, she just rushed off that backhand there.
Ken Rosewall.
Oh, well, he was all right.
He was pretty good, wasn't he? Beat Rod Laver in the final with the West Hants Club. First Open era title. Fab, isn't it?
Game. Bolter. Burrage leads by 3 games to 1 second set.
So Bolter getting the break to get on the scoreboard for the first time in this second set. But we are seeing some really good play now from Burrage, and if she can just keep that going, keep that confidence, play those shots with a bit of freedom, we could have quite a match on our hands here.
Love.
Burrage just got to stay with this now. She's produced a really good passage of play. Just needs to keep that sharpness because Bolter's now responding, saying, okay, you've upped your level. I'm going to do the same.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Just a little careless from Katie Bolter.
Yeah, that ball was down low and the inside-out shot was the tougher one to play. You can see the wind picking up now. You can hear it on the effects mic.
Again, Bolter slightly off balance when she came in for that approach shot.
Yeah, just a little bit lower than she was anticipating. She had to reach forward for it. And you've got to be aware of that backhand down the line from Burrage. Yeah. One of her best shots.
I think something else that may have affected that, the way that ball came onto Katie's racket, was that this wind is coming from behind her, may have just made that ball check a little bit. Oh no. Oh dear. Well, she had a couple of opportunities there, Jodie Burrage. Really, the first one is the one she should have taken. The second one was a tricky shot.
It's just always tough when you're pulled out that far wide, as Burrage was there on the return, to go down the line. I mean, it's pretty much got to be a winner or close to. Otherwise, you've just got the whole court for your opponent to play into.
Winnie Shaw was who Virginia Wade beat at the West Hants Club at the British Hardcourt Championships in 1968 to be the first women's open era champion.
Good knowledge.
I had to look that up. I couldn't quite. I knew it was Winnie. I was defeated by the rest of it. So we're at deuce. Nearly just getting that one back, which, had it done so, might have caused Bolter a few problems. Well played.
Yes.
Problem with the foot or toe. I noticed that just after that, a couple of points ago, she was given the run around. Yeah, maybe the shoe is just not sitting comfortably. Hopefully the foot's okay.
Yeah, it's wide, yeah.
Yeah, it was quite a wild choice of shot. Bolter not pleased with it.
Well, if Burrage can convert this break point, we've got a very similar situation to the previous match.
Yes.
Yeah, I just didn't finish with the commitment there. Just really needed to let the hand go, get a good grip of the ball so that you can bring it down quickly from that position, which was a bit further up the court. And as it was, it just got away from her.
Yeah, that was definitely wide from Katie Bolter. Don't think there's much question about that. We are seeing a few little loose ones from Katie Bolter every now and again in this second set.
Yep, absolutely. Getting away from her a touch, I think, as the conditions get a bit more tricky. And that one did catch the line, but the wrong one.
So another break point here for Jodie Burrage for a 4-1 lead. Oh, there's the old Chinook. It's quite a busy helicopter route into London over this neck of the woods as well. They fly up over the Thames, which is just down the road from here.
Do you think you could get it just from the sound?
I could I think most people could with the Chinook. It's
Right.
such a thump, isn't it? A bit like a Katie Bolter serve. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Advantage, Bolter.
Well, she's had 2 break points in this game, Jodie Burrage. As those slip away, might be in for a shorter match than otherwise. It was looking like she might be able to extend this, but we're a bit away from that just yet. Bolter's still got to close out this service game to get to within 1 of her opponent. Again from Bolter. Wasn't really too much she needed to do with that shot, was there?
Yeah, you could just see she fell through it. She didn't get behind and balanced on the ball. She was kind of tipping over through the contact, and that just means you can't deliver the shot that you're looking for. Still got to remember, Bolter, very undercooked when it comes to matches, of course. And while she did start out well, it's not necessarily too concerning for Jeremy Bates, as we just saw in the picture there, that it's, her level has dropped.
Oh.
Advantage, Bolter.
I don't know if she's querying whether the ball was in or not, but either way, she was off balance and to play it falling backwards there, Jodie Burrage. Oh, return was good. Well, she might have just pushed it a little deep, but Katie Bolter called it in. So she's struggling to close out this service game. Just come off the boil a little bit, Katie Bolter, in this second set. Now that one definitely out. I thought terrific defence from Jodie Burrage.
Yeah, really good quality striking there, really on the counterpunch from Burrage. Bolter was just trying to find a way to break through and get her on the defence, which she didn't quite find enough width to do that. It was all a little bit narrow. I think if Bolter could take an extra step up the court, it would open up more angles for her. Get Burrage on the run.
Third break point. Yeah, the return just a little long, just pushing it a little Frustrating when you've worked so hard to get yourself into that position on the previous point.
And this is it. I mean, we've seen some great work from Burrage, playing at a really nice level. It's just about stringing it together, point after point, being able to deliver that, feeling comfortable at that level, and the big moments, making sure you get it done. Convert those break point chances. That's what I mean when I was saying earlier, all of the elements of the game are there. Nice.
Well played.
Advantage, Burrage.
Super return. She chose then not to follow it up coming into the net. I was rather keen that she should.
Well, she knew it was going to be a short ball. You can see her here. She was kind of hovering for it.
Yeah.
It wasn't quite high enough really to take confidently on the drive volley. Yeah. And she needed to have been off the mark much quicker if she was going to come in and try and take the volley.
So Burrage with a 4th break point, which would give her a 4-1 lead in this second set, trailing by a set to love.
Head for serve. Juice.
It's not a bad get out of jail, is it?
Yeah, much better placement on the serve there from Bolter. It's been a little while since we've seen some aces come down from her, and she's fairly used to getting a cheap point each service game.
Advantage, Bolter. Game, Bolter. Burrage leads by 3 games to 2 second set. First set, Bolter.
So Bolter closes out that service game. Took some doing.
Yeah, that's a very important game here. Burrage needs to be careful with how she responds to this and reacts emotionally. 4 break point chances to really stretch the lead. Now suddenly 3-2. Feels like Bolter's just right behind you, nipping at your heels. So Burrage needs to just keep on. She knows she can deliver the tennis that is good enough here. It's just about how much of the time is she delivering it and when is she delivering it. Just unable to find it on any of those breakpoint chances.
These players wearing this new technology, this catapult wearable technology.
Yeah, it's optional, so it's up to them. I think I spied it on Katie Bolter. There's definitely some sort of heart rate monitor on her. So that'll measure all different sorts of things. Distance run, speeds. One of the big things really for coaches, it is the heart rate, how you can control that, what sort of points get your heart rate up, because for some players actually running around at the back of the court is not too tough. It's more the explosive movement. If you're really going at the ball, trying to hit it and punch your way through, that's a lot more draining on the system.
I think that's been provided here by the LTA,
Yes.
the catapult system.
Yes, they'll be able to collect the data and you'll be able to re-watch the match and have the data the live data streaming alongside it, so you can see when those different bits and pieces are happening. It's a good shot from Burrage there, pushing Bolter backwards on the V, and it didn't look like a winner was on from here, but maybe a little slow on the recovery. You can see Burrage still far away from the middle when Bolter struck that one, so he just managed to force it down the line.
30.
Just not hitting it cleanly there, Jodie Burrage off the frame of the racket. Very frustrating for her. I think of the position she had been in. She was looking at a 4-1 lead at one stage. She's now love 30 on her serve. Still up in the set, but she could let this slip away. She might be in a little bit of trouble. That's a great
15,
serve.
30.
A terrific serve from Jodie Burrage. We've seen Katie Boulter get herself out of trouble with some good first serves in the previous game. But Burrage doing exactly the same. Pace and width on that first serve. $15.30. Ooh, I think Burrage a little lucky there. Boulter furious with herself because that was a fairly gettable volley for someone of her standard. And Burrage perhaps should have thought more about playing the lob. I think she was lucky there. Take everything that's coming your way. Very tricky, this wind, which keeps gusting. 30 all.
Oh. 40-30.
I think we're all as astounded as Boulter is with that return.
Deuce.
Well, I said the last game could be a big one. This one is a big one.
That's a good second serve.
Advantage, Burrage.
Just wonder why Boulter went to the forehand slice there. She was right there. Could have had a big swing at the ball. I mean, it was going to be uncomfortable. She was pushed wide. It was a good serve, but didn't seem like she needed to defend on it.
Yeah, had a couple of loose shots in this game, Katie Boulter. Burrage with a chance to open up again.
Head.
Oh no.
She thought her serve was good enough to get some sort of short ball.
It was just touching the line, actually.
Oh, Burrage thought that the umpire had called it out,
Oh, that's a shame.
but it was in.
Yes, it was. It was a second consecutive great second serve. Oh, wow, that's a good old
Advantage,
punch.
Burrage.
A really nice, perfect timing. Didn't let it get up too high, just took it at shoulder height. Exactly where she wants it.
Very nice. Gives herself another chance to hold here for a 4-2 lead. Just a little long again on that first serve. Maybe the second serve has become her latest weapon then. It's gone pretty well in this game so far.
Deuce.
Burrage could have just strung together the quality that we've seen from her just a little more, a few more points before that error comes in, or just at the right times. She could have had this set wrapped up by now.
Yeah.
She really has played that well.
So back to deuce. Oh, it's very well taken. Took it on the rise.
Advantage, Burrage.
Such a great strike from the middle of the court, isn't it? Likes that central channel. Almost like a Svetlana Kuznetsova. Just hit winners from there all day.
Now then, Burrage, you don't want to waste it this time. You might not get too many more chances here.
She's just stuck in that pattern, isn't she? Winner, error, winner, error.
Oh dear. She's losing it completely here. She's not going to get too many more chances, I don't think, for this. But a hold for this service game for her would be so valuable. Service was long, I think.
Advantage, Bolter.
So this could be all change here. Bolter latches onto this break point.
Deuce.
But it's not quite fluid from either player, really, is it? Unforced errors hanging around.
Where should she put this serve, do you think? Should she try and go wide again? It's worked for her pretty well.
Yeah, why not?
Well, there just wasn't enough on that volley
Advantage,
from Burrage.
Bolter.
Just patted back too much. And Bolter will seize on that sort of opportunity. Here she is with another break point.
Deuce.
And just struggling on that low ball once again. Seen that a few times through the match.
It's the bit of the game I used to hate. Was going to have to retrieve the ball.
Yeah.
It seemed to be miles away. Even if it wasn't, it just felt like it was miles away. Burrage serving on deuce.
It's quite nice sometimes, buy yourself a bit of time if you're puffing. Go and pick up the ball that's furthest away.
I was always puffing. Oh.
Oh, that just drifted wide. Yeah, it was such a clean strike from Burrage, but she just over-rotated with the shoulders and just pulled it. Bit of a hook out wide.
Yeah, shame from her point of view. 'Cause it was, as you say, beautifully struck. So, it is another break point for Katie Bolter. This must be the longest game of any of the matches we've seen so far. This service game of Burrage. She just really struggled to close it out. She's had the chances, but it's Bolter with the chance now. Oh, well played. Got her opponent on the run. Was happy to stay back there, Burrage.
Yeah, playing off the back foot. Bolter pushed into a really tough position, but she did manage to get it deep, and that's why she applauded the shot from Burrage, because it wasn't easy.
So back to deuce. No, no, no.
Advantage, Bolter.
I think we're asking the same question, Jodie. Like golf, isn't it? So much of this game is in the head. You know what shots you want to play. You know how to play them. Sometimes you just make the wrong choice. It's another breakpoint opportunity for Katie Bolter here to draw level at 3-all. Oh.
Game, Bolter. 3 games, all second set.
Well, that was a long old game. And Jodie Burrage will feel a little bit frustrated, to say the least, I'm sure, at the end of that. She had plenty of chances to extend her lead here in this second set. They've both had chances, actually, haven't they, to seal it? It's taken a long old time to get there, but Bolter in the end to level the match at 3-3. Level the set at 3-3.
Yeah, that was a rough game for Burrage to give up there in the end. Just too many unforced errors, and all it would take was 3 quality points in a row, and just couldn't find it. It was always 1 or 2.
3 quality points in a row against Katie Bolter, not always that simple, though.
Yeah, I say that's all. It's a bit harsh. I mean, Katie's fairly good.
So Bolter to serve then, 3-3.
It doesn't sound like a lot.
No.
Once you get to deuce, the maximum you need is 3 points in a row to win the game. Seems easy.
Sure.
Love 15.
Yeah, serve must have been long, surely.
Well, after the double fault on the first point, that one just rolled to the forehand. No surprise that Burrage just dealt with it.
$15.30.
Oh, yes.
15.40.
That's a terrific strike from Jodie Burrage. I mean, you've got to be playing with a bit of confidence to pull off a shot like that.
Oh, yeah, we've seen some great strikes from Burrage, particularly through this second set. Really is opening up nicely.
So 2 break points then. Difficult to read where this set is going to go.
Game. Burrage.
Well, big strike.
Leads by 4 games to 3. Second set. First set Bolter.
Yeah, if she could only play points like that on her serve. It's a terrific break for Jodie Burrage. More helicopter activity. I'm sensing an Apache attack helicopter in this case. Don't know if the guys outside can get a shot.
I'll take your word for it. I wouldn't know if you were right or wrong.
I think yeah, there we are. 2 Apaches. Absolutely right. Great place to watch tennis, isn't it? Very exciting. Now, can Burrage really attack everything that Katie Bolter sends her way this time? I do sense that this set really could go either way.
Time.
She's failed to hold on to her own game points on her serve. Just a little more consistency there would help Jodie Burrage a great deal, because we've seen that she's capable of playing some absolutely cracking winners.
There's one in that corner, and there's one between those 2 boards. Yeah.
So here we go. Burrage still in the ascendancy in this second set, serving at 4-3.
Getting on the front foot nicely. Just a little shuffle up to that last shot there, Bolter. Keeping it nice and smooth through the back of that shot.
Love 30.
Burrage has worked so hard in particular phases of this set. Very disappointing if she throws away another service game here. Well played. Very nicely controlled.
Effortless from Burrage again off that central ball, finding the corner really nicely. Slight off backhand.
Serve.
Too much power from Bolter.
30-40.
Yeah, that's where it just gets a bit overwhelming. You can see Burrage, her wrist just wobbling through the contact there, just couldn't keep the racket straight. There was so much force in it.
Sets up break point. It's gone.
Game, Bolter. 4 games all, second set.
Yeah, the problem for Jodie Burrage is really holding now, because other parts of her game seem to be going pretty well, but she hasn't been able to hold her serve, and it's costing her dearly, I think. Just a reminder that after this singles match, we'll have the deciding matches, group matches in the doubles. Bolter now serving at 4-all.
That's a lovely use of the court. Great width, super striking, just dictating from the central channel. She's been far more effective when she's got Burrage on the run.
Love.
Difficult not to slump the shoulders, isn't it, when you know you haven't played a good shot, when it's just going a little bit loose, bit haywire.
Love.
Yeah, Bolter really has tidied up in this game, piling the pressure on. Burrage again, just that intensity dipping off.
So Bolter with 3 chances for a 5-4 lead.
But as I said before, it is not quite effortless for Bolter either. Never quite sure when the unforced errors are going to come in, and a couple of them have missed pretty big.
Yes.
Blame it on the wind. Must be. Yeah, it's a good serve.
Bolter leads with 5 games to 4, second set by 1 set to love.
Well, it's a little ominous for Jodie Burrage, because she hasn't been able to hold for a couple of her own service games. So Bolter moving in now for the kill. Yeah, doubles matches to come. The semi-final players have been decided, but the actual semi-final lineup yet to be confirmed. That will depend on who finishes first and second within each of the groups. We've got Alicia Barnett and Olivia Nicholls teaming up. So Alicia hopefully is refreshed and recovered from that 2 3/4 hour match against Freya Christie earlier on today. They're taking on Emily Arbuthnot and Anna Popescu in the Virginia Wade group. Then in the Joe Jury group, we've got Jodie Burrage back on court with Freya Christie up against Esther Adeshina and Sonne Kartal. So those are the 2 matches to come here at the conclusion of this one, which could go a little further yet. Very much depends on how Jodie Burrage can serve and how well she can respond to the bullets that are coming back at her from Katie Bolter on the other side of the court.
Now she's got to really focus on the placement of her serve here, make sure it's out of the strike zone of Bolter. I imagine Bolter, this situation set in 5-4, she'll be looking to really have a swing. Great movement from Bolter there, and with Burrage, I'm sure David Felgate at the side is saying, yep, that's good, that's what you need to be doing. Those sorts of shots are really good level, but just Bolter retrieving so well.
She had the chance, Burrage, to move in on it, but was she right not to take that option?
I think so. I think she still could have punched her way through from the back of the court there.
Love 15. Well, an unforced error on the backhand from Jodie Burrage sets up 3 match points for Katie Boulter.
Oh,
super serve down the line from Jodie Burrage. Giving herself a little lifeline there.
.30-40.
Right off the baseline there from Burrage. Good quality hitting once again. Maybe a little tentative from Boulter. Just hoping the error would come.
Yeah, pretty courageous shot from Jodie Burrage. Wasn't giving herself much margin for error. Brings it all the way back from love 40 to deuce.
Oh, what a serve that was. Huge down the tee.
Well, that's a terrific hold from love 40 down. And all down to a little bit of courage, I think, from Jodie Burrage.
Yeah, really brave play there from Burrage, being nice and aggressive, taking charge, didn't back off at all. Even though she was facing those match points, it was actually Boulter that maybe got a little passive.
15 love.
Played.
30 love.
Yeah, keeping things simple, corner to corner. Keeping the width, it really has been very successful. Yeah, she went right back to Burrage, who was just holding in that corner.
No, off the frame of the racket from Jodie Burrage.
15.
Not far away.
That's
That's a bit loose from Katie Boulter. That's lovely play from Burrage. Took the service return nice and early to get that angle.
Yeah, again, looking really clear on what she's trying to do. Leaning through the shot, managing to string that quality together now.
In the middle of that rally, Burrage played something of a sort of nothing kind of shot, just sort of down the middle of the court, which wasn't doing anything, where in fact she had options there.
Yeah, just lost the aggression on that one particular shot, and Bolter didn't actually find that good a width, which is why Burrage was able to stay in that point a bit longer, but it was good quality striking.
So advantage Bolter. What a shot from Katie Bolter, whistling past the ears of Jodie Burrage.
Bolter leads by 6 games to 5 seconds.
Really tough to find that cross-court passing shot from that position. She was deep in the court. Gave it a little bit of height just so that it could be sort of dipping down on Burrage, but you see Burrage caught out there right at the service line, so there was a gap available. Really needed to get a shimmy on and get up to the net as quickly as possible, so that was a smaller gap for Bolter to go for.
We've seen some really good signs from Jodie Burrage in this match. It's just, as you say, stringing those good points together, and that's the difficulty, particularly when you're up against an opponent who's more experienced, ranked a fair few places higher. But in many areas, they've been very nicely matched in this match.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Burrage game style is a really strong one. It's very aggressive. I think that if she can just get a nice long run at playing out at, well, once the tennis tour resumes and the circuit gets going again, I think she will just find that. Absolutely. It's just about experience. It's hours on court. It's getting it wrong, learning from it.
So Burrage then getting ready to serve at 5-6 to stay in this match, take it through to a second set tiebreak.
Love 15.
Oh, quite an extraordinary choice of shot from that position. The off backhand that she plays from the centre of the court is a really good one, so I can understand why she's looking for it, but it was down low. She'd kind of got the positioning wrong, and you would just think sink down and just roll that one cross court. Just, you've got to adapt at the last second when you know you've got things a bit wrong.
All. 15-30.
Little tiredness maybe creeping in.
Yeah, I think that's been potentially hovering around for a little while for Burrage. Just didn't quite get up to that serve.
Oh.
30-all.
Well, it looks like she's just expecting herself to play that kind of shot. She seems to play it when it works with so much confidence.
Oh, it's just such a great shot. She knows it's a big weapon. You can just see how natural the technique is. It's not a taught backhand.
40-30.
In many ways, is it the more natural shot to play a backhand? Single-handed, baby.
It just depends, really. I mean, having two hands on the ball, it does give you a lot of strength behind the shot. You've already got your frame fixed. With the forehand, you have to create a frame.
Game.
That's a great hold for Burrage. And she
6
does
games all, second set tiebreak.
indeed force the second set tiebreak, as you hear there. So still in with a chance, Jodie Burrage. It's just now down to what? Who can string the most points together?
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen some good quality stuff from both players here. It's been a little patchy at times from both players, so it's about who pulls it out of the bag in this tiebreak.
So it'll be Katie Bolter to get things off.
Bolter.
That's a good point. Really nice setup there from Burrage, but you could just see, just wanted that last shot a little bit too much. Pushing towards, well, not pushing towards, we're at the back end of this set, and Burrage just wanting that one to go away for a winner a little too much.
Oh dear.
2-0 Bolter.
Well, going back to your point on the great backhands we've seen from Burrage, that one not so good. It is the more natural shot, particularly in the women's game, because everything's played a lot lower. It's very tough to play a backhand up high, and in the men's game there's a lot more shape, a lot more kick and bounce off the ball. That just caught and went wide.
3-0 Bolter.
Just trying to do a little too much, do you think, Jodie, here? Getting a little desperate, perhaps?
Yeah, just rushed that last shot. But it does mean that you do find that on the men's tour, the majority of players favour their forehand, and on the women's, the majority favour the backhand.
Net, second serve. Three, 1, Bolter.
Bolter's done fairly well, actually, of keeping her attitude positive. She got on her back a couple of times with some of the errors, but yeah, it has been a little patchy from her.
4-1 Bolter.
She really has just kept her head down and just worked away in this set. She's been down a number of occasions.
Yeah, Burrage has done well to extend this match.
See her there just using her racket to hit on her legs. A sign that she's feeling it.
Yeah.
They're feeling a bit heavy, needs to try and get them going. It's now or never.
Not quite.
5-1 Bolter.
Yeah, good pop on the return from Bolter. It really shot through the court at Burrage, so she could only really put in a weak response from it. Dropped very short indeed, and Bolter just calmly placing that into the corner.
She does exude an air of calmness, doesn't she, Katie Bolter, even when things aren't particularly going her way. She never really looks particularly flustered. A lot of players tend to wear their heart on their sleeves slightly. Bolter seems to have everything fairly well under control.
Yeah, I think so. You never really get any sort of outburst from her. As I say, the negativity, I mean, it can come on occasion, but it doesn't tend to last very long. You're never too worried about it with Bolter. I don't really feel like it's going to affect her play for a passage of time.
So Burrage with quite a lot of work to do here now, serving at 1-5.
Bolter.
But now the Bolter serve. She has 2 points on her serve here. Could that be enough to seal the match?
Bolter.
Well, the answer to that question is no.
Bolter.
Had a bit of pace on it, that second serve from Katie Bolter. And with that, she sets up match point.
Oh, that one got away from her. Burrage does have a nice amount of kick on that serve, but you would have thought Bolter would be used to that by now. Just jumped out further than she was anticipating there.
So 1 match point saved, 2 to come.
Next for serve.
Oh, lovely from Jodie Burrage.
6-5 Bolter.
It was such confidence, not the sort of shot you felt she might want to play on a match point down.
Oh, such a nice strike, though. When it's there to be hit like that, you've got to go for it. Coming up with some of her best tennis under the most amount of pressure here.
She is indeed. So Bolter still with match point, but now on serve.
Bolter.
And closes it out with an ace. Lovely reactions from both of them. I don't think either of them were particularly sure of the outcome of that. But super match, and Bolter goes through as the winner of the group. Burrage also through to the semi-finals. Bolter will play Freya Christie. Jodie Burrage will play Alicia Barnett in tomorrow's semi-finals.
Yeah, fantastic effort there from Burrage. Some patches of brilliant play from her. Really, the backhand, got to watch out for that shot. And she looks ready for the tour to resume. She may have to wait a little while yet, but I'm excited to see what she can bring over the next year or so once she gets out there, gets consistently out there and is injury-free. And as for Bolter, again, look, it's not Bolter at her best, but we wouldn't expect that. She has barely played, of course, with the enforced break that we've had. But she's been showing a lot of good stuff, some serving, really getting her out of trouble when she has needed it the most. And I think, on the whole, she will be pleased to come through that match in straight sets, because Burrage really was a threat indeed. Pretty good numbers all round for the pair of them. And Katie Bolter will be asked a few questions by Rob, and you can just see him there at the top of the screen, wandering casually to the microphone, but he has got there in time, and he'll find Katie waiting for him there. And so here is Katie Bolter with Rob Curling.
Katie, well done. First real tough test of the week for you, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly why I wanted to play this tournament. You know, I knew there were going to be challenges, and you just got to find a way, and I felt like I did that today, and, you know, we roll on for tomorrow, and I'll be ready to play.
Both of you had already qualified for the semi-finals before that match. Did that make any difference to the way you approached it?
To be honest, I think I was pretty relaxed, but, you know, I'm going to put the same out, whether it's this match or a different one, so, you know, I felt like I started really well, and, you know, she got into it a bit more, but, yeah, I think it was a really good match, and a good match to play before tomorrow.
Yeah, how are you feeling about your game generally? I mean, this is only your third competitive match since March.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm not that match tight, but, you know, I feel like I've done a really good job in my time off to keep myself prepared, and hopefully it'll keep getting better and better.
You play Freya Christie in the semi-finals tomorrow. Any thoughts on that?
I mean, she's my best friend. I'm sure we'll both put everything out on the court, and I'm sure it'll be a really good match.
Well, I wish you the best of luck, Katie. Great to see you out here competing so well, and thanks for giving us such a great match today.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you for having me.
Okay, all the
Cheers.
best. Thank you very much indeed, Katie.
So congratulations to the winners today. All 4 players already secured their place in the semi-finals, but now we know who will be facing who tomorrow. The first 2 matches on centre courts will feature Jodie Burrage against Alicia Barnett and Freya Christie against Katie Bolt. Thank you very much to Rob Curling and Naomi Cavaday. Their work for the day is done. Gigi Sam and Nick Lester with you for the final 2 matches of the day. And again, we have a situation where the players you are going to see are through to the semi-finals. It is about figuring out who goes through top of the respective groups. Now, to the left of your picture, you have Alicia Barnett, that win for her today, alongside her partner, Olivia Nicholls. So integral, these two, in getting this competition, this tournament up and running and in place. And they'll be taking on Emily Arbuthnot, who has got the black long top, and Anna Popescu. This is the Virginia Wade group, and as I mentioned, both have already qualified for the semi-finals. And Nick Lester, that does naturally take off, and good afternoon, a little bit of the pressure, but you still want to top your group.
Yeah, should do. And just a case of getting some confidence, isn't it, going into what will be the business end of the tournament. I think that's really the key thing for both of these pairs, as you say, for Barnett and Nicholls. I'm just thinking, actually, they probably should have had a game start, shouldn't they? Because they organised this tournament, so maybe they should have just been given something written into the rules.
Walk over to the final.
Yes, exactly. They were part of the event organisation, so in many ways, if it wasn't for them, a lot of the others wouldn't be here. So there you go.
I'd love that, and a little sit round in a room. So
caveat.
we were thinking, so we're just going to be in the final. How do you feel about that, everyone?
That's right. Well, we were instigated to the tournament, so.
And what a tournament Alicia Barnett is having, not originally to be in the Premier Singles group due to the withdrawal. She found herself in that group, and yes, there was the retirement of Katie Swan, but she was putting on a good show of herself in that match until that retirement. But she's got herself into a position, not only qualifying for the semi-finals, but qualifying top.
Yeah, I think definitely played some really good tennis, isn't she? And I think probably did look a little bit fatigued, didn't she, earlier on today, but had to work very hard for her couple of wins already. And as you say, being able to play some really good tennis out here, which will be a boost for her going into tomorrow's semi-finals.
And there's her partner, Olivia Nicholls. Now, Olivia Nicholls has been making her way in the tennis world as a doubles player. And interestingly, the 2 singles wins she had, she lost today in singles, but she'd already qualified for the semi-finals. But her 2 singles wins in Division 1, she hadn't played a singles match for 2 years.
Yeah, I think she had some injuries, didn't she,
Yeah.
as well, to contend with, has kept her off the court. But she's had a very successful doubles career. I know you were looking at her record. She's won a lot of titles, isn't she, with a number of different players. So it's proved to be very successful on the doubles court. Enjoyed her time there, and has sort of in many ways sort of carved out a good career.
Yeah, no, absolutely. She's got a career high doubles ranking of 221. That was back in November of 18, and she's sitting at 392, and they've got a WTA combined ranking of 708. They have played together before. They won the Sunderland ITF doubles tournament this year, as Emily Arbuthnot didn't like the pace and power of that coming down on her hand. Seen a lot of Arbuthnot. She was another of these players that was promoted into the Premier Singles. She won her final match today on one of the outside courts against Alice Gillan today, and spoken a lot about Arbuthnot through the week. And for me, what stood out, Nick, before I came into this tournament and I was looking into her, was, in her own words, she is more engaged in doubles. She wants to see where she can get in singles, but she loves having someone else on the court, and she loves the tactical side of doubles.
Yeah, there are a fair few players like that. Just enjoy that side of things a little bit more, understanding what your skill set, how best to use your different skill sets as well. She played in Stanford, obviously in college, where doubles is a very, very pivotal part of it. You know, when you play college tennis, how it works is generally with the matches, the doubles actually kicks it off. You have 3 doubles matches, and whoever wins those best of 3 takes the point. So it can be a very key point. It really is an important part of college tennis. So I think, you know, she's had that experience playing over in Stanford, and despite not being able to kind of get the graduation ceremony that she wanted, has a decision to make whether she is going to go back in September or not.
Anna Popescu is her partner, 23 years of age. You can see there her current ranking and where she got to in terms of career. They've got a WTA combined doubles ranking of 1,074. And Anna Popescu describes herself as a late developer. She didn't travel to her first tournament until she was 14 in terms of going abroad to her first tournament. She's had an awful lot of injuries to the point where she was out of tennis for 3 years. She didn't get better and come back in at 18, and at that point she said she'd missed the boat in terms of taking the US college route, which she was really interested in, and had to find another way to make her dreams come true, her goal come true of becoming a professional tennis player.
Yeah, trains up in Buckinghamshire, a club actually not too far from where I am now in RAF Fulton. Lovely club up there, really got a good facility, good base for her to go and train. So I've often seen her actually up there in the winter months over last winter, working hard, trying to work up the rankings. She's obviously on the road quite a bit, trying to get through the ITF circuit, trying to play those $10, those $15,000 events, the $25,000 events, trying to progress and move up the rankings. But she's had some success in doubles, isn't she, as well? I think a couple of titles that she's won as well on the doubles circuit, and I think not too far off that career high right now. Is she somewhere around sort of 550 mark?
Yeah, absolutely, and she got a handful of those titles at the ITF events last year, and there's a really nice interview that I listened that she gave, just talking about the struggles and how tough it is. And I think it's a real eye-opener for people who love their tennis but maybe spend a lot of the time watching and following the main tours, to have a look at the different tours and have a listen to some of these players talking about what life is like and the struggle of week to week and making it work and following your dream, and how things are very, very difficult. And in the times we're in now, they've just got that bit more difficult.
They have, but of course weeks like this and weeks like the last couple of weeks with the British tours and everything, you know, if players are able to put a little bit of money in the bank when things do kind of restart again, that will obviously be a nice cushion, something for them to be able to use to get travelling again when things open up. So that's why this sort of week and the Progress Tour Women's Championships have been a real kind of boost for the women's game as a kind of rule, really.
Now that looks like quite a menacing cloud, but I've just been outside and I think we're going to be okay. It looks quite menacing, doesn't it, that cloud? But I think we're okay.
It's been windy today, hasn't it? That's been one of the features of the day, really. It's been a tough week here weather-wise, not been easy. Right on cue, tree just swaying to one side. I'm promised a heat wave, 27, and I think in the context of this week, we're going to put that down as a heat wave. Yes. When the sun breaks through, it's very, very hot. You see people sort of wrapped up and then stripping off and wrapping up again. We are local time, just approaching 4:30 in the afternoon on Thursday. Looking forward to the semi-finals of the Premier Doubles. And as I mentioned, both of these teams are through from the Virginia Wade group, but who goes through top, it does make a difference, and they're playing for different amounts of money depending on where they're finishing. So every point, every position counts. Same rules apply in terms of the 4 balls and no spectators and no lines, judges or ball girls or boys, but we do have the deciding juice point and the 10-point match tiebreak should they be split in sets.
Ready, play.
You may have heard there that Barnett will get us underway.
Love 15.
Yeah, Emily Arbuthnot had a very, very good career at Stanford twice. She was part of the team that won the NCAA team championships over there. It's a very big accomplishment for obvious reasons.
Yeah, we had Northwestern against Stanford there, and server to receiver.
Yes.
26 years of age, Alicia Barnett, the oldest player in the tournament.
Yeah, I think you'll probably see them target Anna a little bit more, just in terms of probably not quite as accomplished as Emily in terms of her overall kind of skill set, especially on the doubles court. I suspect they might mix it up a little bit to Emily as well in terms of their positioning off the serve.
Yes, Nicholls also through to the semi-final stage. That's in the Division 1 singles, so still plenty of tennis to be played for these players. Been on tour for 4 years now, Alicia Barnett. Has that experience that she brings onto court. Won titles and doubles with Nicholls and various other partners. Opportunity though for Arbuthnot and Popescu.
Game Arbuthnot Popescu. First game.
It's often a discussion we talk about with players, obviously, how much it costs to travel for a year. You know, you talk about her being on tour 4 years. There was a survey done recently, and they estimate probably around about 40 to 50,000 pounds for a year in terms of expenses, travel expenses, hotel, food. That's before you're even talking about a coach. So for someone like Alicia, again, I have to ask her directly, but I think that's, you know, when you talk about someone ranked 600, 700 in the world, the outgoings alone, if you're traveling, say, 20 weeks a year, 22 weeks a year for tournaments, mostly abroad, or certainly a good proportion are abroad, you're probably looking at spending around about 40 to 50,000 pounds just for that year alone.
Which is why, if you can be part of the pro scholarship program from the LTA, which is worth £80,000, that can go a long way to getting yourself a team and getting yourself set for Arbuthnot to serve.
Yeah. Love.
Both Arbuthnot and Barnett played pretty long matches earlier today, pretty grueling matches. Nicholls was, her defeat was in a fairly straightforward fashion. From on court, that was so bad.
Of course, Olivia Barnett had spent some time at Loughborough, didn't she, as well? And I was looking at her record. Obviously, played the World University Games, was it, Jish?
Yep. Yeah, Loughborough graduate. Also played Wimbledon qualifying in 2018, which he says to date is one of the career highlights.
Yeah, probably about 100 yards from where she is right now, of course, because Wimbledon qualies just takes place across the fence from where we are now.
Yeah, she talked about the atmosphere here. It's just electric during qualifying and being part of it.
Have you ever been to qualies here?
I haven't.
It's a good experience. It's good fun.
Remember when Maria Sharapova was due to be in qualifying?
Yes.
That caused a bit of a stir. And she decided not to come.
Really read the play beautifully there. Yeah, of course, it's going to change now in a few years' time. Will the Wimbledon do all their restructuring, the build across the road? They're going to have qualies on site at the All England Club in, certainly, if I would imagine, 5, 6 years from now.
Immediate opportunities to get the break back here for Barnett and Nicholls. Yeah, she saw the early move by Nicholls. Opened up the space for Arbuthnot. enjoy playing doubles? You prefer singles?
I much prefer playing singles,
Olivia Nicholls
personally,
serve.
in my very limited playing career that I had, but I just preferred the individual nature of it.
See, I wonder if
15
doubles
love.
would have been the sport for me, because
Yeah.
I like talking.
You think so?
I think so. I just always got someone to talk to, haven't I?
Yeah.
Even if they're not listening.
It was a really good play. Good first volley down the middle of the court. Didn't give her any angles to work with, and then a really nice finish from Olivia Nicholls.
25 years of age, Nicholls. Oof.
15 all.
That's a tough thing about serve and volleying on outdoor, fairly slow hard court. You know, the pressure on the first volley it's a lot. If you don't do enough with it like that, I mean, that was actually a very good first volley, but again, just giving Arbuthnot a lot of time to kind of weigh up, give her some options. She was right there, just a little off balance, and the fact it was a little high made it awkward. Very intelligent young lady as well, Emily Arbuthnot. We looking at her GPA scores in the States, very academic as well. Stanford obviously comes with high academic status.
He's got the opportunity to do a postgraduate for another year now. That's a decision she'll have to make. Does she return to Stanford or be a pro in this country, travelling? Great serve from Nicholls to wrap up the game. That's the first hold of serve. This deciding group in the Virginia Wade group to decide who goes through top into those semi-finals, with both pairings having qualified. And we have the social distancing on the benches. They've got a bench each, which doubles. It's interesting though, because they have to get so close to each other. They might even collide.
Doesn't really make a lot of sense, does it?
Not with doubles.
No.
Because they're so close.
Yeah, you've sort of got one thing happening on the court and another thing happening off the court, haven't you? It's obviously, as you say, part of the rules and the criteria that have been laid out, but it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. I would agree with you.
Anna Popescu, have a look at Popescu's serve now. He was a good footballer, probably still is a good footballer. Spent some time at the Watford Ladies Academy. And she admitted to watching a lot more football than she did tennis growing up. She said she came from one of those families where there wasn't tennis. Normally you speak to a family, it's, oh, my dad was a coach, my mum was a coach, my brother was something. She said no one in her family had anything to do with tennis.
Anna Popescu to serve.
23 years of age, Anna Popescu, mentioned 578, her ranking currently in doubles.
That's unlucky. It's really good movement though off the ball from Emily Arbuthnot, having hit being initially kind of moving backwards off the second volley she hit, then to actually recognise it was going to be difficult and then to put herself in a good position. You can see how much doubles Emily's played just in terms of her movement and natural movement, in terms of the ability to poach and look to poach.
It's soaking up the power. He knocked her over. Yeah, well seen by Popescu. Splitting the pairing.
Yeah, it wasn't a great drop shot, was it? It was sort of nothing really, and I think, well, Alicia Barnett's perspective, she'll be a little frustrated. She didn't actually hit through the ball. She was trying to create an angle that wasn't really there. Had some good tennis this week, hasn't she? Alicia really has proved to be a tough competitor, tough to break down.
And mentally very strong. When she's been in losing positions, she hasn't wobbled, stayed focused.
A bit like Rob Curling today. He stayed focused, didn't he? It was a long shift for Rob.
Yeah, it was. Stayed very focused. Even spotted some planes. Got them right. Little error yesterday on the plane, but today back on top form with his plane spotting.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, I can't say plane, can I? Aeroplane spotting. Opportunity for Barnett and Nicholls just to edge ahead.
That's a really good move from Arbuthnot. Certainly made Nicholls think about the return. Not a particularly big serve, so he's going to give the returner plenty of time. So that's why it's even more important for Emily to get involved.
Receiver's choice on this deciding point. Barnett to return serve. And there's the break.
Barnett Nicholls lead 3-1, first set.
That's the one thing you do get without a crowd and without extra effects. You hear a lot more of the players, which I find really interesting, because sometimes when you're at tournaments you don't hear as much, but with the microphones closed and nothing else to soak up, you can really hear what they're talking about, and whether they're just plain annoyed.
Yep.
So we've done a full round of serving. Back to Barnett with the break.
15 love.
Used eye formation a fair bit already, haven't they? Just to give the returner a slightly different look. Obviously, Alicia's not serving volleying really at all at the moment.
Just to let you know that the match to follow this, because remember they're all through the semi-finals, it's just who faces who, will be Jodie Burrage and Freya Christie against Esther Adeshina and Sunay Cartel. So we will set up who will be facing who and how and when. And for Alicia Barnett, she will face Jodie Burrage. singles semi-finals tomorrow. Stuck the racket up, did the job. Clean hold for Barnett and Nicholls, and the important thing for them is they've consolidated that break for a 4-1 lead.
Oh, that was some volley, because that was struck very hard indeed, and it's one thing to be able to actually get a racket on the board, and then just to be able to, you know, maintain your balance of a ball like that, and then suddenly angle the racket face. That was seriously good stuff.
Based at the National Tennis Centre this week. Beautiful surroundings. Weather's been a bit iffy, as we've mentioned. Well, we haven't had too many interruptions. Just had one little delay.
Yeah, I think a few of the players are staying here as well, aren't they? Because, of course, they have, I think, about 15 or 20 rooms here that are often used, obviously, throughout the course of the year, when players come up and train here.
Saw Harriet Dart on my way in. Saw Katie Swan coming back from a coffee run yesterday.
Okay. Keeping your radar on there, Zhij.
I just nearly bumped into them, so it's probably my radar was a bit off in the world of social distancing. But everything done so well here. There's a one-way system that you follow. You arrive, your temperature is taken, you sign in, and then, as I say, you follow the one-way system round the building.
Yeah, there's a lot of guidelines that the LTA have had to follow over the last month, for obvious reasons, like a lot of facilities.
Emily Arbuthnot to serve. Really nice from Barnett.
If anything, Anna Popescu just went a little early, didn't she? That was a good volley, good length on it, but the fact it's a slower ball means that you've got more time for Alicia Barnett here to actually weigh up the options, so your move has got to be timed a lot more precisely.
Years of age, Stanford graduate. Both taking very aggressive return of serve stance, and Nicholls was nearly caught out there by the depth of that second serve.
That's a good point. It was unlucky. Good movement from Anna Popescu as well.
Some lovely points that we're seeing between the four of them.
It's one of the best points we've seen all day as far as this court's concerned. Great play, good hand skills from Emily Arbuthnot, that as well at the finish, just to kind of angle it short. You could see what she was trying to do. She knew she wanted just to create a bit of width to it. Excellent stuff.
Yeah, that deserved a smile at the end. Very important game this for Arbuthnot and Popescu. Already a breakdown. Come from love 30 to 30 all. She called it, she wanted it, she missed it. Very clear calling between these two. Opportunity for the double break and a 5-1 lead.
That was an excellent return. Just didn't quite do enough with the first volley, but again, full credit to Anna Popescu. Good hand skills there. It's almost a little bit of a sense that off the return of a second serve like that, almost a little short one cross court will be useful as well, because Anna Popescu is not going to get it. So you're asking Emily Arbuthnot to then come forwards and then kind of hit up. So it's a difficult one. Giving her pace to work with, it's almost a slightly easier ball for her to hit.
Receiver's choice, deciding point. Barnett once again the receiver of choice.
Game, Barnett Nicholls.
There it is, it's a double break, and it's a 5-1 lead for two women who are integral in the reason, together with tournament director Barry Fortune, that we have the Progress Tour Women's Championships.
Just good pressure. Just always looking to get in, always looking to kind of rush Arbuthnot and Popescu, and they've done that very well so far.
Nicholls, an opportunity to serve out the set.
Love 15.
It was a rotator cuff that was riddled with tendinitis that caused Nicholls all the problems.
That's not an easy injury to recover from. The shoulder can be so troublesome.
And so important as a tennis player.
Absolutely. That was an awkward one. Looks like a fairly bad miss, but it was a slightly mistimed return. It was very low. Not easy to kind of angle that off. You've got Anna Popescu kind of in her eye line as well there.
Love 40.
One actually feels a little harsh, doesn't it, overall, in terms of if you look at sort of the tennis that's been played out here so far, they feel a little hard done by to be as far behind in the score.
It's gone very quickly as well. I know that the slightly different format with the deciding point, it does speed things up. And that's one of the breakbacks. They break to love, so reduce the deficit to just the one break of serve. They keep themselves, though, alive in this set. And as Nick said, it felt like quite a harsh scoreline when you look and consider the tennis that we have seen in front of us. But they keep themselves going in set one.
Yeah, not much really between the two. Just obviously Barnett and Nicholls looking to serve and volley a little bit more in that game. So he puts a little bit more pressure on the first serve. If you don't hit your spots, it gives you the returner a good look at it. But they're certainly an aggressive doubles pair. Often see quite so much of that on the women's game these days. Tends to be a little more in terms of serving and staying back. But Barnett and Nicholls very comfortable in the forecourt.
They're very confident players and confident people. I mean, to bring together a tour, to have an idea, to make something like this happen, it takes a little something.
Yeah, you were telling me, weren't you, about Alessia's drive in terms of the ITF, of course, as well, of sort of trying to get in touch with them and make them aware of the issues. And I know she's been very sort of proactive in that regard, hasn't she?
Yeah, she was very close to making the new ITF player panel. 2 players, 7 men, 7 women. 2 women were taken from Europe and came third, just missed out. Ran a very good campaign, ran a very strong campaign. She wants to make a difference, even if it doesn't affect her, because maybe she's not playing by then. She just wants to make a difference to the sport and at a certain level of the sport. And an event like the Progress Tour does make a difference, because it's providing competition, it's providing earnings for people. When you consider the year that we are having, a lot of people are looking for work and needing work. Right, Pescu and Arbuthnot, discussions had, serving to stay in the set.
Just to give you a little more meat on the bones as far as the player panel that the ITF have just announced a couple of weeks ago. They're going to meet twice a year via video conference. The one British representative on the women's panel, Tara Moore, who we mentioned the other day, didn't we? But representatives from Australia, Colombia, Canada. They tried to distribute it sort of worldwide, so they had a representative from each continent.
I think the women will report in to Mary Pierce.
And the men, I think it's Mark Woodford, isn't it?
Stands firm at the net, Arbuthnot.
I think Mark's always been certainly you and I have got to know Mark pretty well over the years. Fortunately, I think one thing that I always liked about Mark is he is a good listener. Mark's always open to ideas. I mean, a guy who had an unbelievable career, you know, one of the greatest of all time, and yet Mark's very approachable. I think the guys will certainly appreciate that. I think Mark will be willing to listen. Unlucky. He's also probably one of the humblest champions I've ever met, Mark Woodford.
Yes.
I mean, if you were just talking to him in the street, you wouldn't know his achievements because he wouldn't mention them. He's just such a kind of...
Although the one time they have busts of famous Australian champions at the Australian Open.
Yes, around the...
Garden Square.
Yeah.
And his is wrong. Information-wise, it's wrong.
Is it really?
Kept pointing it out. We were just recording a little piece in front of his bust.
Yeah.
It doesn't really look like him, just going to put that out there. And he kept pointing out the fact that they got his years wrong and his titles wrong.
Really?
They missed out, I think, on a mixed doubles.
Okay.
And his Davis Cup years were slightly off. I only mentioned it a few times, but aside from that, very humble.
I mean, you would have thought in his homeland they might have been a little more precise in that regard, wouldn't you?
I think that's probably why.
I can imagine that would grate a little bit.
Oof.
30-40.
Well, that was everything Barnett had and a little bit more into the body of Arbuthnot.
And because the pace, because the serve just doesn't have enough pace on it. Obviously, when you are going for the body, it just needs a little bit more if you're going to be able to rush an opponent, and just giving this lady plenty of time really to pick a spot.
Set point to Barnett and Nicholls.
confusion, but Emily Arbuthnot just clearing it up, I think. Regardless, it'll be a deciding point.
Game and first set. Barnett Nicholls.
That's the conclusion of set one. Barnett and Nicholls 6-2. I'm not, as we've touched on, I'm not so sure that the scoreline really tells so much of the story. It was some really good doubles at times, but Barnett and Nicholls, I mean, you can tell this is a pairing that play together. They won a title already together this year. Their understanding is very, very good and solid out there.
Yeah, very comfortable, aren't they? And Anna Babescu very frustrated with the last shot, the chip. If you're going to go cross court like that, you've got to hit it with some pace, because you just allow the opportunity for the net player to get involved, and that's how it unfolded there. But you're right, Nicholls and Barnett very comfortable. They've got a good understanding together, haven't they? As you say, played a lot together. They're good, aggressive, good, like to move a lot at the net, understanding of the angles to use. Been good to watch so far.
And we have some information for you that has just come through. Now, following this, it was due to be Jodie Burrage and Freya Christie against Esther Adesina and Sonia Kartal, remembering that both teams had already qualified through to the semi-finals. Due to a retirement from Jodie Burrage, I mean, that was a tough match out there against Katie Bolter, and she faces Alicia Barnett in the singles tomorrow. She has retired, which means that Burrage and Christie will come second in that Premier Doubles group. So Esther Adesina and Sonia Kartal will go through top of the Joe Jury group. So this will be the final match on court today. And should Barnett and Nicholls come through, then they will face Burrage and Christie in the semi-finals. So that's retirement from Burrage, just from the doubles, still fit for the singles and to play on the doubles tomorrow. But it was a brutal match out there against Bolter in both those singles today. Very chatty, Popescu and Arbuthnot. Easy one for Nicholls. Just having to pop up and put the ball away.
$40-15.
Easy work. Served helping out Nicholls. Short ball, pops it over, and they continue in the form that they finished the first set. Very comfortable between these two. I mentioned that ITF Sunderland doubles they won this year. It was just a second tournament back for Nicholls at that stage from the injuries that she has had. Talked about the two singles wins she has had here to take her through to the semi-finals in Division 1. And now they are 1 set and 5 games away from topping their group in the Premier Doubles.
In wins They have a Bissett and Miller 2-1, and that win yesterday, a tight one, 10-8 in the breaker, wasn't it? To complete the hat trick here.
Just noticed that Katie Swan is watching on.
Yeah. Hopefully she's going to be able to get herself fit and healthy again.
Oh, she's pulled up a chair, having a little watch at the doubles taking place. Yeah, she was really emotional.
30 love.
When it got to the point that the right hip and she couldn't continue.
First serve. Love.
Good work from Popescu covering the net. Lots of discussions between these two. You get some pairings that don't talk, don't need to talk. Others, constant chatter. If a pairing doesn't play together all the time, there will be a need for more communication to figure out game plans and tactics.
It's also a case of actually just understanding what your partner does well. The more you play together, obviously, the more you know them, the more you have a good understanding of what strengths they have, what weaknesses they have, where you can go to.
Katie Swan nearly went to retrieve the ball, but with COVID guidelines, you can't.
Yes.
Can't be. There's a gentleman with a glove now, retrieving the ball. I did that the other day when a ball flew over a fence, and I instinctively went to pick it up, and I think it was Lex Miller said thank you, and I went, no, I can't touch it.
Yes. Such a great move, such a well-timed move.
We have a COVID officer here this week, just making sure that everything is as it should be, and everything is running very smoothly.
He's off again. Another one.
Is he off again?
Yeah.
He is, isn't he? He's going to keep that glove on. Oh, and he thought about throwing it from quite far back, and I thought if he wasn't 100% sure he was going to make it, he went a lot further and placed the ball.
You've got to protect that rotator cuff, haven't you? See now. Dangerous that can be.
And when you're surrounded by athletes, you don't want to look silly if you go for a throw and it doesn't make it.
Yeah. Get exposed, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, she hit the return and then kind of made the call. She's not happy with it though. It's good hand skills. Control the racket head in that situation to find a bit of width to it. So easy just to kind of deflect that volley back into the space, but nicely done.
Yeah, Peska was on her way to a tournament in Greece when lockdown happened.
I was reading that as well, yeah.
Made it to the airport, and then all these messages started coming through that it might happen. So she thought, well, maybe I won't go. The next day it did happen.
Yes.
15:30.
You hear these stories about the athlete. I think was Katie Bolter was in Indian Wells, wasn't she? And hearing bits and pieces about what was going to happen, and then it was just a scramble to get flights. A window of opportunity here.
30 all.
Been a bit of frustration from Arbuthnot today. Had a long match against Alice Gillen a little earlier, just sorting out third and fourth place in the group, with Arbuthnot coming through. She only knew she was going to be in the Premier Group on the morning of her match against Jodie Burrage. She woke up in Division 1 and played in the Premier League.
Nehat first serve.
But fantastic experience. Opportunity for the early break here. They were able to break the Barnett serve in the first game of the first set. Now a chance on the Nicholls serve. They did break Olivia Nicholls to love the back end of set 1. A couple of opportunities with this deciding point if needed.
That was the perfect play. Anna Popescu's so close to the net. I mean, it's possible to really know too much about it. She may have actually got a contact on it and done okay, but that was the perfect move. Could have gone anywhere really, but she wouldn't have known much about it.
Wanting confirmation of who was going to return the serve, because it is receiver's choice at this deciding point. Opportunity there for Popescu and Arbuthnot.
Nicholls lead 2-1, second set, and by 1 set to love.
But it's Nicholls and Barnett that keep their noses in front, remembering that the final doubles of the day will now not take place after a retirement in the doubles by Jodie Burrage, which means that group has been decided. We now await to see the order of this group. If Barnett Nicholls come through, then Alicia Barnett's going to see an awful lot of Jodie Burrage tomorrow, facing her in the singles and possibly the doubles.
Yeah, that would seem to be the case, wouldn't it? The way it's panning out right now.
I do think the great thing about this tournament, this concept, and how things have shaken up due to withdrawals, due to injury, is that you've had this complete mix. You've had players that would not be in this situation against each other, testing themselves and having a look at what they could do, where they could get to. It's made for very interesting watching at times.
Time.
Just got sucked into taking on too much there. Up the line, wasn't really, maybe thinking that she was going to go, but
a fractured bone in Popescu's pelvis that led to 3 years out of the sport in her teenage years. One thing led to, how often do we hear that one injury leads to another and another part of the body compensates for something else? And before she knew it, she was 18 and only just coming back into tennis. She has, though, said that she realised that lockdown was a positive because you did get to rest. Because the life of a tennis player is on the road.
It's a tough volley to make down there off the shins, because not only are you trying to deal with it that low, but you're also aware of the net player where she's going to go as well, so you're thinking you're going to have to hit it in a slightly smaller space.
.30-40.
Just a little soft the second serve. Not enough acceleration on it. Chances to break again.
Yet to hold serve in this match, Popescu. Nicely found by Popescu, just a slither of a gap.
Yeah, that was not an easy shot. Actually, Nicholls was covering that line as well. You can see the position she was actually perfect. Nice use of the left arm, just getting the ball, giving the ball good shape, didn't hit too hard. Still going to do it again though.
And you expect it's going to be Barnett to return serve. Has been in all the other deciding points from that pairing. And it will be again.
Game of Popescu. 2 games all, second set.
If she's happy with that.
Held it long enough to kind of wait for the net player to commit.
This the Virginia Wade group. Yeah, Virginia Wade and Joe Jury. Group leaders, as it were, in the Premier doubles.
Love. Nicholls.
It was a really clean hold
Barnet Nicholls leads
from
3 games
Alicia
to 2
Barnett
second set.
and Olivia Nicholls. Getting stronger and stronger on that serve. Barnet had enough practice earlier today in the singles. They just keep their noses ahead in the second set. Oh, the sun coming through now. This is a little shot of what it's going to be like tomorrow. 27 degrees, I believe.
Wow. Sign me up for that.
But next week it gets really cool again.
Oh no.
Yeah. Sorry.
That's okay. You'll be somewhere else.
Yeah, I will. It's a little bit hotter. Only a bath knot. Very much the group leader with these two.
15
Good
love.
depth on the serve. Just forcing their returner to rush it a little bit.
I think I prefer racket tapping to hand slapping and fist bumping and chest bumping. It's just quite simple and quite straightforward.
Maybe it'll be once this is all over, it'll be just how it'll be normal.
Yeah.
Just enough spin on the forehand to really make it jump off the court, so it was a tough chase for Alicia Barnett. Really looked like she was going to able to do too much with it.
Solid on the overhead, a buff knot. Says she loves to volley and smash, but in the singles court she doesn't get the opportunity as much due to her game style and how she plays, which is another tick in the box of doubles. Big Norwich City fan, Olivia Nicholls. I've got a big Arsenal fan and Anna Popescu.
Yeah, look at the position she's taking up here to return the second serve. Very threatening. Paid off. Just hit the ball with a little more dip, really. Emily Arbuthnot off her particular backhand. Just came in pretty clean, so the volley was a relatively simple one.
First time that Nicholls is
Nicholls leads 4 games to 2.
gets that
Second
break
set.
point, 1 for her and her partner, and it gives them a nice cushion of a set and a break now at 4-2.
So easy to just miss that high backhand volley. It's probably the toughest shot in terms of the net player. Easy just to overswing on it, lose control of the shot. That's what happened there.
have broken the serve of Nicholls, and she had to save a break point on only service game in this set. So still chances and opportunities. If they're going to break the serve, it will be Nicholls' serve that they look to attack on.
Love. 15 all.
It was a little fortuitous. Didn't know much about that return, but it's out perfectly for her.
Really solid partnership, Barnett and Nicholls. Barnett Nicholls, a game away from topping the Virginia Wade group in the Premier Doubles, with both teams through to the semi-finals tomorrow. But Barnett Nicholls have just been too solid as a pairing.
Oh, Emily Arbuthnot there was just a little too kind, wasn't she? A bit too kind of timid. It was a drive volley, really should have just drilled it, but just ended up not really doing anything. Just sort of pushing it towards the target. It wasn't enough, and as a result, they find themselves down and almost out here at 5-2 now.
A reminder, this will be the final match of the day. There will not be a follow-up doubles to this. Jodie Burrage retiring from the doubles match today. Had a grueling singles match earlier. And we'll have a couple of matches to play tomorrow. Anna Popescu. Pressure on the Popescu serve, the 23-year-old. 3 ITF doubles titles in 2019. She says she does still have singles ambitions. The first of those is to crack the top 1,000 in singles. Already at 5-7-8 in the doubles. 3 points away though, Barnett and Nicholls from topping the group.
It's unlucky. It's a good idea. Obviously going up the line with the lob, you've got a little less court to work with, so it's a slightly more difficult shot than it will be in cross court, where you can hit it a little harder. But the fact that Olivia Nicholls was kind of a little tight to the net was probably the reason why she chose to go that way.
Wasn't good enough for Popescu. I'll set up at a nice height. Match points. Barnett Nicholls to top the group. Good poaching from Arbuthnot. So brave up at the net, Arbuthnot. Very quick hands. A second opportunity to close things out. That's it. Comes off the racket of Alicia Barnett. Barnett and Nicholls, so instrumental in the Progress Tour Women's Championships coming about in the first place, together with tournament director Barry Fulcher, secure their place as group winners of the Virginia Wade group. 6-2, 6-2. Some great tennis played. But it is Barnett and Nicholls who will go through and will face Jodie Burrage and Freya Christie in the semi-finals of the doubles. For Emily Arbuthnot and Anna Popescu, who knew they were through at the start of this match, they will face Esther Adeshina and Sonae Cartel. The sun comes out, the tennis is complete. Very shortly, Nick Lester, who scampered out of the commentary box, down to the court, will be in conversation with Barnett and Nicholls. But more tennis for both sets of these players to be played. Tomorrow we'll have all the semi-final action for you from centre court. Both the singles and one of the doubles taking place out here on centre. So I hope you can be with us from 11. But a good match to finish the day off. The quality of the match probably doesn't quite reflect the 6-2, 6-2 scoreline. But the winners organises the competition, are getting themselves into position, just trying to work out who goes where and how many microphones and who does the talking. I think it's going to be Alicia Barnett who's going to start things off. So here is Alicia Barnett speaking. Nick Lester.
Alicia, well done. Turning into a very good week for you. What's pleasing you the most about your tennis this week?
Good question. I feel like I'm just trying to problem solve a few things, but I think my energy's been really good and I've just enjoyed being out on court and competing again. I think that's the main thing. Yeah. We
think you're facing Jodie twice tomorrow. Is that how it's going to work now, given the fact you've won?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Your history of playing Jodie is what, remind us?
Oh gosh, I think I've played her just once and I beat her in a third in Israel. I think it was 6th in the third actually. So it will be a tough match, but I'm excited for it.
Good stuff. Olivia, will bring you in very quickly as well. Just give us a little bit of history, Olivia. I was talking to Alicia about it the other day about how you started this event. I know you worked closely with Barry. How did the idea come about and how did it
mainly because of Jamie Murray's event. We were just trying to recreate it for the women and just showcase how strong and the good depth there is in the women's tennis. And even though there's been a lot of withdrawals this week, I still think that the level has been really good and there's been some really entertaining matches.
And from an organisational perspective, you guys have obviously had a fair bit of work to do as well.
Yeah, I think it's given a real insight into what it takes to organise an event. yeah, just to see that side of it, I think it's changed our perspectives a little bit and showing what it really takes to put an event like this together.
Good stuff. Well played today, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time. So as far as the third day of coverage goes here at the Progress Tour Women's Championships, we will wrap things up. Looking forward to hitting the business end of this event. But from Gigi Salmon and myself, Nick Lester, we'll say goodbye for now.